Well, hello everybody. For the last time, I'm coming on board, and so nice to greet everybody. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for your comments you've been making over the days. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me, a great deal to me, when the students are making such nice comments about the lectures and things, and getting comments about the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint that I do, I don't know if you appreciate this, but the PowerPoint I do, it took months, literally months to put together. All the stuff I do when I add animation or add something to the PowerPoint and the figures and stuff, people think that I just bought that stuff. No, it took months to put that together. And I'm one of the very few instructors that do it that way, but I'm glad that you really appreciate how much work and effort and it takes. But I find that the way I do my PowerPoints are very, like as Nelu said, very worth the time, because it's very effective, at least for my style of lectures here. Okay, so what we're going to do is thank you for your comments. You guys have been fantastic. So in this last day, in these 4 hours we got 2 more chapters to talk about. One is chapter 17, which is a very long chapter. It'll take about 3 hours to do this one chapter on amino acids, but it's just not amino acids. There's going to be stuff on folate metabolism, iron metabolism, bilirubin, heme synthesis in chapter 17. So it is a lot of and do some vignettes right at the very end. Okay, so anyway, that's what's on tap for tonight. Right where I want to be. No need for me to rush or whatever. I'm exactly where I want to be. I want to be on chapter 17 at the beginning of this last day. All right, now what's coming up here is an overview of amino acid and nitrogen metabolism. So what this is about is, now the concept, now you get these various organs here, like the liver, the muscle, and so on, but there's a very important concept that I want to mention here. And the concept is this. When you eat a meal of protein, and the protein gets digested in the intestinal lumen, and then you absorb the amino acids by transporters that Dr. Wilson talked about in physiology. Remember, it's active transport. The sodium symporter is transporting the amino acids into the mucosal cell, just like the sodium symporter transports glucose into the mucosal cell. Similar transporters for the amino acids transport amino acids by active transport using the sodium gradient. Now, once amino acids are in the blood, they come into cells, and here is the concept I want to mention. No matter what the amino acid is, you have 20 amino acids, the first thing the body always does with the amino acid is it removes the amino group, which, as you know, is highly toxic, especially to the brain, so you have a carbon skeleton and the amino group. Now, by the way, if you hear me say the word amino group or nitrogen or ammonia or ammonium ion, I'm referring to this thing right here as shown by the green arrow. I use those words interchangeably. So if I say nitrogen or amino group, I'm referring to that ammonia here. And ammonia is highly toxic to the brain. And also toxic to the body because, as we talked about earlier, it raises the pH. So as we'll talk about a little bit later, so how does the body deal with these 2 products of the amino acid, the carbon skeleton and the amino group? Now, regarding the carbon skeleton, what the body does with it is it can burn it to CO2 and water, generating energy, Or the other thing that can happen to the carbon skeleton, it can be used as a precursor to make other things, like niacin, those type of things. So the precursor can be used to make other things. And then how does the body deal with the amino group, which is highly toxic? And it can do two things with the amino group. One thing is it can convert the amino group into urea, and that is done by the liver only, coming up shortly in this hour. And the other thing that can happen to the amino group, it can go over to the kidney, and you can pee out into the urine ammonia or ammonium ion here. So this is the concept here of the amino acid. You first remove the amino group. Remember, it has no energy. The body wants to dispose of it via the kidney, and it can do that either as ammonium ion or as urea. And then the carbon skeleton can be used to do something. All right, now another item here, and that is, so what we're going to do first is we're going to first talk about the amino group. How does the body metabolize the amino group? How does it get it over the kidney to eliminate it? After we do nitrogen metabolism, then we're going to talk about the carbon skeleton and how does the body deal with that, and be ready for a lot of pathology tonight. On the amino group, a lot of pathology there, and even more pathology once we start talking about the carbon skeleton. Major diseases. I'm telling you right now, I'm so glad you came on board tonight and on time, because I'm going to make it worth your while. You're going to see so much integration with PATH coming up tonight. All right, now regarding the amino group, because that's going to be the first topic, is how does the body deal with nitrogen metabolism? Well, now before we talk about nitrogen metabolism, there's another item I want to mention, and that is, do you know what urea is? Urea is made by the liver. That's coming up in this hour, but the liver makes urea. But do you know, in your mind, can you picture what urea is? You got to know what urea is in terms of what it looks like. You got to know, because it tells you, the structure tells you what's going on in the body regarding nitrogen. And what is, yes, it's a waste product, but what is it? I mean, in terms of the structure, can you picture what urea looks like? You should, as a physician, know what urea looks like. And what urea is, it's two amino groups linked to a carbonyl. That is urea. And urea, again, is made by the liver only in the urea cycle. So it makes urea, these two amino groups linked to the carbonyl. And then urea is dumped into the bloodstream. Now get ready with your fingers. Major question coming your way. Major question. Once urea is dumped into the blood, what happens to the pH? You must know the answer. Don't look at other people's responses first. Let me see your answer. Type in your answer first. What happens to the pH? When urea is dumped into the bloodstream by the liver, what happens to the pH? Does it increase, decrease, or no change? Increase, decrease, or no change in the pH? And the answer is no change. Why no change? Because these are amide nitrogens on urea. And amide nitrogens are never, ever charged. This is why the liver makes urea. It knows don't dump ammonia into the blood because the pH would rise. And so what the liver does, it converts the ammonia into urea, and then urea is dumped into the blood, and it doesn't change the pH. This is a beautiful molecule, urea. It's an amazing molecule. It's non-toxic to the human body because it doesn't change the pH. Not only that, it's sufficiently non-polar. It goes right through membranes. It goes right through the liver membrane, right through the kidney membrane. There is no transporter across membranes because it's sufficiently non-polar. And not only that, it's sufficiently polar. Once it's dumped into the blood, there is no need to be transported by albumin or some other protein because it's an amazing molecule. Non-toxic, sufficiently non-polar, goes right through membranes, and sufficiently polar that once it's dumped into the blood, it doesn't, there's no transporter for it in the bloodstream. It's an amazing molecule, is urea, in the word wisdom of Yoda. It's not toxic at all. All right, now, so again, liver is going to make it. We'll talk about it shortly. Okay, now another item here. Now, remember earlier I mentioned to you that when you go take the national board exams, it's easy to get stressed out, human nature, and by being stressed out, easy to make silly mistakes. Remember some of the silly mistakes we mentioned earlier that you could make, for example, by confusing words like thymine and thymine, words like lactose and lactate. They have nothing to do with each other. Here's another great example of this, where two words sound very similar. Now, I know you know the difference right now because you're not stressed out. But on board exams, you might confuse the word urea with the word urate. These are not the same. These have nothing to do with each other. Both of these are end products of metabolism. Urea is the end product of nitrogen metabolism. What's urate? Let me see your answer here. On the right side, what is urate? It's the end product, that's right, it's the end product, that's uric acid, but it's the end product of purine metabolism. So again, these are two end products of metabolism. Urea is the end product of nitrogen metabolism. Urate, also called uric acid, is the end product of purine metabolism. We'll talk about in the last hour. Coming up, major stuff. But don't get these words confused. You can imagine on boards, you know the difference now because you're not stressed. But on boards, easy to make silly mistakes. All right, now regarding nitrogen metabolism, we're going to start here down here in the urine. Now, you and I excrete a lot of nitrogen per day in a number of different forms. Most of the nitrogen that you excrete every day is in the form of urea. 86% of all nitrogen that you excrete every day is urea. And the amount of ammonia or ammonium ion that you excrete every day is not very much, even though you spend a lot of time talking about it in renal physiology. The amount of nitrogen you excrete in the form of ammonia or ammonium ion is a measly 3%. Now you might say, well, what about the other? It doesn't add up to 100%. That's because you excrete other nitrogen in the form of creatinine, those type of things we talked about earlier. So most of the nitrogen is in the form of urea. Now before we talk about urea, what about the ammonia? Ammonium ion. Where does it come from? Well, on the lower left side of the figure, in most tissues in the body, there are a series of deamination reactions that can take place. You remove the amino group from substrates to make products. Now, it's not just amino acids you remove amino groups. As we'll talk about in the last hour tonight, there is a major enzyme in purine metabolism called adenosine deaminase, ADA. And adenosine deaminase removes amino groups from adenosine. So again, the amino group comes not just from amino acids. But again, the body wants to dispose of the ammonia, and it does not dump it into the blood because the pH would rise. And so what your body does, it's brilliant. What it does, there's a low-yield enzyme that takes the amino group and puts it onto the R group of glutamate to form the R group of glutamine. And remember, glutamine has an amide nitrogen. Amide nitrogens are never charged. So as a result, and then it dumps glutamine into the blood. It does not change the pH. Beautiful molecule. And then glutamine heads over to the kidney, and in the kidney, the reverse enzyme called glutaminase then pops the amino group off, regenerates the glutamate, and the ammonia picks up the proton in renal physiology, in which you dump ammonium ion into the urine here. But notice, it's not ammonia that's dumped into the blood. It is glutamine, which brings the amino group over to the kidney. Now, the glutamine, besides going to the kidney, the glutamine can be dumped into the blood and picked up by the intestine. Now again, let me remind you, glutamine is the major transport form of ammonia. It's not like it's carrying ammonia like albumin carries a fatty acid. It's part of glutamine. It's the major transport form of ammonia. Again, it doesn't change the pH. And then glutamine now will head over to the intestine, and when it comes into the intestine, that same enzyme that's in the kidney called glutaminase, low yield, pops the amino group off, regenerates glutamate, and then the ammonia in the intestine. By the way, the ammonia in the intestine, it also comes from intestinal flora. Remember all that bacterial flora in your colon? They're doing a lot of metabolism, and when they want to dispose of the ammonia, their ammonia in their amino acids, it's cleaved off as ammonia, and then the intestinal cells absorb the ammonia. So a lot of ammonia in the intestine is coming from the bacterial flora. But in any case, the ammonia then is dumped into portal blood. Fortunately, the liver is right there and immediately filters out that ammonia from the portal blood. And that ammonia now is in the liver, and it will end up being one of the two nitrogens of urea in the urea cycle of the liver here. All right, now where else is the amino group in the urea cycle? Where else is the amino group coming from? And on the upper left side of the page, remember over the last several days, we spent a lot of time talking about starvation conditions. When you break down muscle mass, getting the glucogenic amino acids, remember all that stuff. Now that's what you need to be thinking about. Think starvation conditions. Now what happens is in the muscle, there is a family of transaminases. That's the class of enzymes. They're called the aminotransferases, also called transaminases. These are the enzymes, class of enzymes, that all of them use pyridoxal phosphate coming from B6. And what they do is they remove the amino group from the amino acids. Now, as I talk about the amino group, I'm going to just watch it as the star. The star is representing the amino group of all 20 amino acids. As I talk about that amino group, watch where it goes, ultimately into urea. But right now we're in the muscle, but eventually we have to get it to the liver to make urea, to dispose of it. Now watch what happens as I talk about it. This family of transaminases, all of them use pyridoxal phosphate, and what they do is they pop the amino group off all 20 amino acids. Each of the amino groups are put onto alpha-ketoglutarate to form glutamate as the product. And then the enzyme alanine transaminase, ALT, what it does, it uses pyridoxal phosphate, pops the amino group off glutamate, puts it onto pyruvate this time, making alanine as the product. And then alanine gets dumped into the blood. And alanine is bringing to the liver a source of nitrogen for the liver to dispose of it, and a source of carbon that the liver is going to use to make glucose, because after all, we're talking about starvation conditions. Okay, so then the alanine is then picked up by the liver, and here comes that amino group. Again, notice here the amino group of the alanine, how it originally was on all 20 amino acids, and it gets funneled down to the alanine. Then alanine gets dumped in the blood, picked up by the liver. And in the liver, the same enzyme that was in the muscle, ALT, alanine transaminase, what it does, it pops the amino group off alanine, puts it back onto alpha-ketoglutarate to form glutamate as the product. And that's where the amino group now resides. Major question coming your way. Get ready with your fingers. The why question. Why is your body doing this? It's funneling the amino group from glutamate to alanine, gets dumped in the blood, picked up by the liver, and then the amino group goes back from alanine back to glutamate. So the question now is, why didn't the body take that glutamate in the muscle, get into the blood, picked up by the liver. Why did it go through all this alanine business? Because after all, it was originally on glutamate and it ends up in glutamate. But it had to go through this alanine business. Why? Let me see your answer. You must understand why. That's right, everybody. That's right. You're thinking. You're thinking. You're my type of person. After 11 days, you are beautifully thinking right now because you're trying to think, what makes sense here? And you say to yourself, reason why it doesn't take glutamine into the blood picked up by the liver, because it is glutamate, I should say, because glutamate is glutamic acid, and glutamic acid would lower the pH, and you would be dead. And so the body converts the amino group of glutamate onto alanine. Alanine does not change the pH. Beautiful how this works. And then alanine comes in the liver, and then you regenerate the glutamate nitrogen there. Beautiful. I'm telling you right now, your body is beautiful. How it knows what to do. It's amazing. Think about it. I mean, you can memorize all you want. You can go through the motions. But just think what your body is doing here. It's beautiful how it knows what to do. All right, now in the liver, there are a pair of enzymes, low-yield enzymes, that both of them compete with the amino group of glutamate. And one of these enzymes, low yield, pops the amino group of glutamate and forming ammonia, and that ammonia will end up being one of those two nitrogens of urea. The other enzyme, low yield, is called AST, aspartate transaminase, and what it does, it pops the amino group of glutamate, puts it onto OAA, oxaloacetate, to form aspartic acid as the product, aspartate. And aspartate now will bring in the second nitrogen in the urea cycle to make urea. Here. Okay, now remember way back earlier, you may not remember this, but when we were talking about the amino acids, I said to you, what rings a bell regarding aspartic acid? And I mentioned to you, it's used to make urea in the urea cycle because it's bringing the second nitrogen in the liver to make urea here. All right, now let me say something because this often is on national board exams. Don't worry about the enzymes here. You can deduce the enzymes if they ask you about the enzymes. Don't worry about the enzymes. But often they ask, where are the two nitrogens coming from to make urea? Where are they coming from? So I'll say it twice in case you miss it the first time. Don't worry about the enzymes. If they ask you, where are the two nitrogens coming from to make urea in the urea cycle in the liver, you answer by saying, one of the nitrogens comes from aspartic acid, the other comes from ammonia. Ammonia itself comes from two sources. One is glutamate, and the other is glutamine. All right, one more time, because sometimes they ask, where are the nitrogens coming from to make urea? So here comes the second time. So if they ask you where they're coming from, you say one of them is coming from aspartic acid, the other comes from ammonia. Ammonia itself comes from two sources. One source shown vertically here is glutamate, and the other source shown horizontally here is glutamine. So glutamate and glutamine can generate ammonia to form the urea in the urea cycle. Don't worry about the enzymes. You can figure out the enzymes if they were asking you about the enzymes, as long as you know where the nitrogens are coming from. All right, now before we talk about the urea cycle coming up next, there's another item integrating with pathology here, and that is, notice in the liver, there are these two enzymes here, ALT and AST. Alanine transaminase and aspartate transaminase. So because they're in the liver in high amounts, if there is cirrhosis of the liver, if there's damage in the liver, then ALT and AST, those transaminases, they can spill out of damaged liver, get into the blood, and when they're in the blood in elevated amounts, usually it's telling you there's something wrong with the liver. if they're present in elevated amounts. But I want to stress, notice the enzymes are also in the muscle. So if you had muscle damage, then AST and ALT also would spill into the bloodstream. So if you have elevated ALT and AST, it does not automatically mean liver damage, because it could also be muscle damage, but often used in the clinics. Now, another item about those two enzymes is the ratio of, and you talk about in pathology, the ratio of AST and ALT. What is the ratio normally? Let me see your answer here. What's the ratio? What's the normal ratio in the blood of AST and ALT? That's right. It usually should be less than 1. AST is and ALT, it should be less than 1, and that's the normal situation. So so you have a lot more ALT than you do AST in the bloodstream. So the denominator usually is pretty high, ALT. But in pathology, there is a situation in which AST can be greater than ALT. What's that diagnostic for? If AST is higher than ALT, that's right, well done everybody. So if AST is higher than ALT, greater than 1, then it's usually telling you there's some sort of alcohol abuse. The liver is damaged by some alcoholic cirrhosis, something along that line. So again, this is pathology. But notice the biochemistry, the enzymes are located in the liver to do the transamination reactions. Okay, now where we're going next is we're going to start talking about the urea cycle. And you must know the urea cycle. Now, in the urea cycle coming up next in the liver, there are 5 enzymes, but only 2 of the 5 are critical enzymes. The other 3 enzymes, low yield. Now, another item here about the urea cycle, you must know it begins in the liver mitochondria. Yes, it's in the liver only, but you must know the urea cycle begins in the liver mitochondria. Why do you need to know that? Because of the differential diagnosing in pathology. You must know, as we'll talk about in a few minutes, you must know it begins in the liver mitochondria, because that's direct application to pathology diagnosis. All right, so coming up next is the urea cycle. You've got to know it. All right, now in the top of the figure, again, this is the liver. Now we're talking about the liver, and at the top of the figure is the mitochondria in the liver. Now in the mitochondria, here comes the ammonia. Now again, the ammonia is coming from glutamine and glutamate. And then there is, in the liver, there is one of the 2 major enzymes, let me highlight it in the red box, called carbamophosphate synthetase 1. Now if there's a number 1, that means there's got to be number 2 somewhere. And there is on the last hour I'm here tonight. But carbamophosphate synthetase 1, what does it do? It tells you what it does. It synthesizes carbamophosphate, the product, by condensing ammonia, bicarb, and a couple of ATPs together. And by doing so, it makes carbamophosphate as the product. Now, why is this enzyme high yield in the red box? There is pathology coming up in a few minutes. But in addition, you must know it is highly regulated. And it's regulated by, not hormonally, it's regulated by N-acetylglutamate. Now, where that stuff comes from, not that big of a deal, but it's coming from, now this is an obligate activator of the enzyme, and it's coming from a high protein meal. So if you eat, the concept here is, if you eat a high protein meal, a piece of chicken, for example, all those amino acids from the meat are now coming into the blood, coming into the liver. And then the liver wants to take the carbon skeleton of the amino acids, to take the carbon skeleton to make glucose, to make fat, that type of stuff. And so the idea is, then you makes this other product here to turn on the urea cycle to dispose of the amino group. So it should make sense. You eat a high protein meal, you want to turn on the urea cycle to dispose of the amino group, of the amino acids, of the protein, of the meal that you just ate. Now, N-acetylglutamate, it is the second and the last example of an obligate activator of the enzyme. It must be present. It is required to turn on the enzyme. Remember, the enzyme is the engine, and acetylglutamate is the key to turn on the enzyme. The second and last example of an obligate activator of an enzyme and therefore a pathway. You know I'm going to ask you, right? You know I'm going to ask you. Here it comes. What's the first example of an obligate activator that we talked about earlier? What was the first example? That's right, that was acetyl-CoA for the enzyme pyruvate carboxylase. In which pathway? What pathway was pyruvate carboxylase in? What pathway? What pathway? That's right, gluconeogenesis. So you've got to be ready for this, because on board exams they might ask you, which of the following pathways have an obligate activator to turn it on? You say gluconeogenesis and the urea cycle. Or they might ask you, which of the following molecules are obligate activators of an enzyme? And you say acetyl-CoA, and you say N-acetylglutamate. Or they might ask, what enzymes have an obligate activator to turn them on? Pyruvate carboxylase in gluconeogenesis and carbamophosphate synthase 1 in the urea cycle. High yield. What do you want me to say? It is, you must master this information. All right, we'll come back to this enzyme and pathology in a few minutes. Now, the carbamophosphate that's being made in the mitochondria sees yet another enzyme in a mitochondria, high-yield enzyme, the second and last one, and it's called ornithine transcarbamylase. And what does the enzyme do? It condenses the carbamyl group onto ornithine to form citrulline in the mitochondria. We'll come back to OTC in a few minutes. And then the citrulline gets transported out of the mitochondria into the cytoplasm. And in the cytoplasm there is a low-yield enzyme, and what it's going to do is condense citrulline with aspartic acid together, and aspartic acid is bringing the second nitrogen to make urea. And to condense them together, it needs ATP, making arginosuccinate as the product. Now, another item. Notice here the urea cycle requires energy. ATP at the beginning, ATP in this condensation we just talked about here. So the urea cycle is energy requiring. And where is the energy coming from to make urea when you're starving? Where's it coming from? Let me see your answers here. Where is the energy coming from in the liver to make urea when you're starving? That's right, beta oxidation of fatty acids. Beta oxidation. Please keep that in mind. There's a Facebook question that was posted today that you need to have that information to solve it. But you need to know that beta oxidation of fatty acids when you're starving in the liver powers gluconeogenesis and powers the urea cycle. Please keep that in mind. Direct implications with pathology. Now, coming back to the biochemistry, moving on. Now, the arginosuccinate, it sees the fourth enzyme, low yield, that removes 4 of the carbons as fumarate, leaving behind a nitrogen, and the product is called arginine. Now, remember earlier I mentioned what rings a bell regarding arginine, and remember the issue about it being essential in children, but not essential in adults. And why is it not essential in me and you? Here it is. You can make it in the urea cycle here. So you make arginine, you don't need it from the diet. Now, the fifth and last enzyme called arginase, what it does, it splits off the R group as urea, which then gets dumped into the blood. The other product is ornithine to keep the cycle going. Urea in the blood then is then filtered through the kidney, and from the kidney it can then get into the bloodstream here. So there is the urea cycle in a nutshell. What you need to know and what you don't need to know. But here comes now pathology. In pathology, there is a laboratory value. Let me see your answers here. What is the laboratory value in pathology that's used to measure the amount of urea in the bloodstream. What's that value called? That's right, it's called the BUN value, which stands for blood urea nitrogen. Now, as you know in pathology, the BUN value is diagnostic for two organs. When the BUN value is low compared to normal, it's telling you a particular organ is malfunctioning. When the BUN value is elevated, another organ is malfunctioning. And how do you know which organ might be malfunctioning? Look at the bottom of the figure. It tells you exactly what's the situation here. Here it comes. If the BUN value is abnormally low, look at the bottom of the figure. If the BUN value is low, what organ must be malfunctioning? What must be malfunctioning? That's right, it's got to be the liver. Why? Because the liver makes urea. If the liver is cirrhotic or not working for whatever reason, it's not going to make urea, and urea is not going to go into the bloodstream, and therefore decreased BUN. It makes sense. On the other hand, if the BUN value is elevated compared to normal, what organ must be malfunctioning? That's right, it's got to be a kidney problem, right? All you got to do is put a big X on the kidney. If the liver is making urea, fine. Dumping it into the bloodstream, fine. But now if there's some renal problem, the urea cannot be filtered through the kidney to get into the urine, and therefore it stays in the blood, increased BUN. It makes sense. There it is. All right, more pathology. All right, now eyes up, eyes up, eyes up. Let me see your eyes. Don't go looking at the next page. Don't go looking at the next page. All right, don't go looking at the next page. All right, because I know you're tempted right now. Because on the next page is going to be the pathologies when I thought I heard somebody rustling the paper. Don't go turning the page. But the idea is that when either of these two enzymes are defective, now what's coming up next is on the next page, you're going to see a table. When either of these two enzymes highlighted in the red box are genetically defective. Now give yourself a chance. You can figure this out because you're blessed with a beautiful mind. You can figure this out on your own. If either of these two enzymes are defective, let me see your answers here. What do you expect the BUN value to be? Increase, decrease, or no change? If either carbamophosphate synthase 1 or OTC is defective, what do you expect the BUN value to be? Increase, decrease, or no change? That's right, you expect to see decreased BUN because the liver can't make urea properly. What do you expect the ammonia levels in the bloodstream to be? Ammonia levels in the blood. Increase, decrease, or no change? That's right, you expect to see increased ammonia. Why? Because if either enzyme is defective, it backs up to the ammonia. Ammonia will be elevated. You expect to see this term called hyperammonemia. Makes sense. What do you expect the glutamine values to be in the blood? Glutamine, increase, decrease, or no change if either of these two enzymes is defective. Glutamine, increase, decrease, or no change. And you expect glutamine to be elevated. Why? Because glutamine generates the ammonia. All right, now let's turn the page and see about your answers. Are your answers correct? Now let's turn the page. And voila! Look at that. Look how you figured this out all by yourself. With carbamophosphate synthase deficiency, in both cases elevated blood ammonia, hyperammonemia. Blood glutamine levels are elevated because glutamine generates ammonia, and because the urea cycle is defective, BUN is decreased. Look at that. You figured that out all by yourself. You don't need me anymore because you can think. You don't need me anymore because you can think because you're blessed. Oh, but I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. My friend is so proud of you because you can think. That's right. You can think. You don't need me anymore. See that? You've got a beautiful mind. if you just use it. There's no reason to memorize. You don't need me. You take a national board exam. I don't have to sit side by side and help you out with the answers because you don't need me. You can think. You have a beautiful mind and you're using it. You know, they should make a movie called The Beautiful Mind. I bet if it starred somebody not goofy like Brad Pitt, but somebody really good like Russell Crowe, I bet that movie would win the Academy Award. The Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe. Because you got a beautiful mind just... Oh, there was a movie? Well, fancy that. There was a movie called The Beautiful Mind. And it was directed by Ron Howard? No kidding. Wow. And it won the Academy Award too? Wow. Man, I am shocked. There it is, The Beautiful Mind. Just use it. All right, now in both cases, because the ammonia is elevated, then ammonia can get into the brain. In both cases, cerebral edema, lethargy, convulsions, coma, and death. Lethargy, convulsions, coma, and death. All because one enzyme in biochemistry not working like it should. And there it is. So now you can imagine. The National Board loves this because two diseases sound very similar. So they're going to want to know, how do you do the differential diagnosis? And here it is. It's right there in the purple box. In carbamophosphate synthetase deficiency, they have no orotic aciduria. And in OTC deficiency, they do have orotic aciduria. And you're looking at that and say, whoa, where'd that stuff come from? And it comes from three things. From location, location, location. From those three things. By the way, if you don't like the order of these three locations, you can put them in any order. Take the number 3 location, put it first, any order. Here, you got to know location, location, location. Now let me ask you this. What's the location of OTC in the liver? Where is it in the liver? Where is it in the liver? In the mitochondria. There we go. Here comes the answer now. Because it's located in the mitochondria, when OTC is defective, its substrate starts to accumulate, carbamophosphate. It then leaks out of the mitochondria. It comes into the cytoplasm, as we'll talk about in the last hour. In the cytoplasm, there is the pathway called pyrimidine synthesis. Again, we'll talk about that in the last hour tonight, pyrimidine synthesis. And what are the 3 pyrimidines again? What are the 3 pyrimidines again? What are they? CUT, that's right, C-U-T. And the first one is uracil, and orotic acid is a precursor of uracil. So in other words, carbamophosphate will leak out of the mitochondria and enter the pyrimidine synthesis pathway because carbamophosphate will make orotic acid, which then makes uracil. The body doesn't need orotic acid, doesn't need uracil, and spills them into the blood, and you end up with orotic acidemia. All because one molecule accumulates and spills into another pathway. Now, once we get to the pyrimidine synthesis pathway in the last hour, I'll revisit this for you. I'll say to you, remember on page 265 in OTC deficiency, when that enzyme is defective, then carbamophosphate leaves the mitochondria, comes into the cytoplasm, and this is where it enters pyrimidine synthesis to make orotic acid, which the body doesn't need, and therefore it spills it into the blood. You will see the pathology of this coming up in the last hour. And be ready for even more pathology in that last hour regarding orotic aciduria. Okay, everybody with me now. So now this is urea cycle defects here. Major stuff for boards. You know Dr. Baron's going to be talking about this next week in pathology, but now you know the biochemistry of nitrogen metabolism and the defects. All right, now what's coming up next is, so we just talked about nitrogen metabolism. Now we're going to talk about the carbon skeleton. And I'm telling you right now, the carbon skeleton is so very high yield because of all the pathologies. And that's now shown on page 266. This is the top of the figure, then we'll do the bottom of the figure. Now let me say something about page 266. See that page in front of you right there? The morning you take the National Board exam, the morning you take the board exams, after you eat breakfast and before you get into your car and turn on the engine of your car with an obligate activator called the key, before you turn on the engine, you might want to revisit this page, page 266. On this page, there was a medical student told me recently they had 5 questions that came from this single page. All you got to do is look at all the pathology on this single page. Even if one of these things was on the boards, that would be sufficient. This student told me he had 5 questions that came from this single page. You aren't going to get a more high yield page than this one on any Kaplan book or any first aid book. This is the essence right here. Okay, now let's go through this, the top of the figure here. On the upper left hand side of the page, right at the beginning, extremely high yield. There is an enzyme that takes phenylalanine and converts it to tyrosine, and the name of the enzyme, get ready with a highlighter, and it's called phenylalanine hydroxylase. And remember, the enzyme needs tetrahydrobiopterin as the coenzyme. You must know that, because when either the enzyme or the coenzyme THB is defective, then phenylalanine will start to accumulate. And when it accumulates, it gives rise to this major pathology that you must know called PKU, phenylketonuria. And they end up with mental retardation, microcephaly, the musty odor of the diapers, and so on, diagnostic for PKU. By the way, I got a question for you, and that is, why is this disease called phenylketonuria? Why is it not called phenylalaninuria? Because after all, if this arrow is not working, it's a buildup of phenylalanine. So why is it not called phenylalaninuria? You would think it would, but it isn't. It's called phenylketonuria. Why is that? And the reason is because I told you is that when one arrow in biochemistry is defective, the substrate accumulates. And when a substrate accumulates, it can spill into other metabolic pathways. What other metabolic pathways can phenylalanine go into? And there it is. You can remove the amino group by transaminases and thereby forming phenylketones. And phenylketones are dead end. They can then get spilled into the blood, come into the brain, and in the brain they can damage the brain, causing the mental retardation and the microcephaly here. Now this is a disease, as we talked about earlier, is that if it's diagnosed in the first few days of life, matter of fact, in every state in the United States, by law, PKU must be tested for. Because if it's diagnosed in the first 8 days of birth, then you just give the infant a formula, and that is low in phenylalanine. I want to stress, there it is, low in phenylalanine, not no phenylalanine. They'd be dead if they didn't have phenylalanine in the diet. Low in phenylalanine, supplemented with tyrosine. If the diet is then given, and the baby then will develop normally before the onset of mental retardation. And then throughout their life, as long as they avoid foods which have a lot of phenylalanine, they still must have a little bit of phenylalanine, but not much. And then throughout their life, then they got to avoid things like aspartame and so on. Now, what I want to do before we proceed is now explain, because a lot of medical students ask me, what is this stuff? You see this stuff right here in these blue packets right there? What is this stuff? Again, it's called Equal, it's called NutraSweet, called aspartame. What is this stuff? Because students always ask me. Then they ask me, is it safe and all that. Now, what is this stuff? It turns out aspartame equal is 200 times sweeter than sucrose. And it's not even a sugar. That's why we're talking about it right now. It's not even a sugar, yet it's 200 times sweeter. And what equal is, it's a dipeptide made up of two amino acids. One of them is aspartic acid and the other is phenylalanine. But this dipeptide is not sweet. What makes it sweet is on the carboxyl end of the phenylalanine, we make it into a methyl ester. There it is, the methyl ester of the dipeptide. That is aspartame, NutraSweet, also called equal. And that's what makes it sweet, this dipeptide, the methyl ester of it. Okay, and again, very, very sweet stuff, and it has no calories. All right, so now, then every medical student is going to ask, well, is it safe? Well, you know, at the break coming up right now, I can go to the computer and do a Google search, and just do a Google search on equal or aspartame or NutraSweet, and what I would find is page after page after page after page of how this stuff causes cancer and so on, how it causes leukemia, how it causes Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, how it causes this disease, that disease. It probably causes global warming as well. But now, just because it's in the internet, it doesn't make it true. Look at the dipeptide here, and you tell me what's bad about it. When this stuff comes into your intestine, you get cleavage of the aspartic acid. You get cleavage of this peptide bond, generating naturally aspartic acid. Is there anything wrong with aspartic acid? Nope. You get aspartic acid by eating meat. And then you get cleavage of the methyl ester and forming phenylalanine. Anything wrong with phenylalanine? You get phenylalanine by eating meat. But then the other product here is by cleaving the methyl ester, it is methanol. And you can say, oh, there is the problem, methanol. And then when aspartame was first formulated about 15, 20 years ago, there was a study at the University of Arizona or somewhere in Arizona where they published saying, methanol, wood alcohol, there is the problem. But it's the amounts of methanol that's being generated is actually trivia. You'd have to drink something like 6 cases of Diet Coke at one setting to get enough methanol to cause any kind of problem. If you can drink 6 cases of Diet Coke at one setting, you got other problems. I mean, your kidney's going to explode getting rid of all that liquid. So it's the amounts of methanol being generated are trivia. Matter of fact, if you like tomato juice, in tomato juice, there are 7 times more methyl esters of things in tomato juice than there is in a can of Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi. So again, the amount of methanol is trivia. And by the way, that's why you cannot cook with it, because if you cook with it, the methyl ester comes off and it has no taste. But the amount of methanol being generated is trivia. Under reasonable amounts, the amount of methanol is trivia. And the same thing with the stuff called Splenda. That's the stuff in the yellow packets. You see these things all over the place as well. The Splenda, Now, what is Splenda? Now, what Splenda is, it's sucrose. And it's actually chlorinated sucrose. 3 of the hydroxyl groups of sucrose are replaced with chloride. And it's chlorinated sucrose. And because there's chloride on the sucrose, that's why the brush border enzyme sucrase cannot cleave it. And if you cannot absorb a disaccharide, out the body it goes. That's why it has no calories, is Splenda. That's also why you can cook with it, because the chlorides never come off. So it's a stable molecule. You can cook with Splenda, but it's stable. All right, now the idea is, again, what about, is it safe? Now, so I keep telling you that you look in the literature and you see all the stuff of how these things cause cancer and Parkinson's disease and so on. Now, let me stress, just because somebody says so in the internet doesn't make it true. Just because somebody says so does not make it true. What I mean by this is, you believe it or not, 13% of Americans, 13% of Americans believe that man never walked on the moon. It was just staged in Hollywood. 13% of Americans. And then you go on the internet and they talk about page after page of how it was staged and it was a conspiracy and this and that. Just because somebody says so doesn't make it true. Or, for example, suppose I don't believe the earth is round. I believe the earth is flat. So what I want to do is I want to start a new organization, go onto the internet and start a new organization, and I want to call it, let's call it the Flat Earth Society. Oh, wait a minute. There already is a Flat Earth Society, and so many people believe and publish and see things on the internet that the earth is flat. Just because somebody says so doesn't make it true. So all this stuff about all the horror of aspartame and so on is just because somebody says so doesn't make it true. Now, again, under reasonable amounts, if you don't eat a whole kilo of this stuff, okay, maybe it might be a problem. But under reasonable amounts of Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi here or there, that kind of stuff, it's not going to cause any kind of problem. Now, let me finish before the break here. So again, it's up to you. It's up to you. I gave you the facts. And so just like the Fox News channel, we report, you decide whether your stuff is safe or not. But all I'm doing is presenting the facts. And you make the decision. If you think it's bad, don't drink it. But as far as I'm concerned, it beats obesity. The idea is in a can of Coke, there's 150 calories and 6 tablespoons of sucrose versus a Diet Coke, which has no calories. So under reasonable amounts, you make the decision, but I'm just giving you the facts. Okay, now what we're going to do is, right now it's 4 minutes to the hour. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then come back and do this high yield figure. So please come back. Extremely high yield stuff coming your way. Okay, everybody, see you shortly. Okay, everybody, welcome back for the second hour. And we're on the topic of what happens to the carbon skeleton of amino acids. You already know what happens to the amino group, and the amino group is used to make urea, or you pee it out as ammonia or ammonium ion. So now the issue is what happens to the carbon skeleton. And so so we started off this page of 266, this high yield page, talking about phenylalanine and how it converts to tyrosine with this all-important enzyme phenylalanine hydroxylase, which requires THB to work. All right, now let's continue on. Now, once tyrosine is formed, or you get it from the diet, you can there's a few steps to make it into homogentistic acid. Now, before we talk about homogentistic acid, what other pathway can tyrosine go into? And you say, well, it's used to make melanin. And in melanin, it's a two-step process. And there is one of the two enzymes high yield, and that enzyme is called tyrosinase. Now let me ask you this. This is on the boards. If tyrosinase is genetically defective, what does that give rise to? If tyrosinase is defective, what's the name of the disorder? That's right. That's right. Everybody should get this. That's albinism. Albinism. Always on the board, albinism. So you got to know the name of the enzyme, or what's the product. That's melanin. Now coming back to homogentistic acid, then once it's formed from tyrosine, it sees a major enzyme called homogentistate oxidase. And what does the enzyme do? It oxidizes homogentistate to a product you don't have to know, which then goes in the Krebs cycle to be burned. Now, why is this enzyme so important for board exams? Because there's pathology associated with it. There are people who are missing the oxidase enzyme, and as a result, gives rise to this major disease on boards called L-captonuria. Now, I'm not sure why the National Board loves L-captonuria. Certainly, pathologists love this disease. It's a very rare disease. Only 1 in a quarter million people have L-captonuria. So it's rare, yet the boards love it. So please be aware of L-captonuria. Now, when that enzyme is not working, notice the substrate will accumulate, homogentistate, and it turns out it'll be dumped in the blood and then into the urine, giving the urine the characteristic darkish urine, blackish urine. And so if you see that on national board exams about the color of the urine, dark blue or dark black urine, you automatically think L-captonuria. Let me ask you this. So the color of the urine is so critical for board exams. If it's a blackish urine, you think L-captonuria. If they say to you a patient's urine is a pink or red colored urine, what do you automatically think of? Pink or red colored urine, what do you automatically think of? That's not hemolysis per se. It's a porphyria. That's right. Porphyria is what you would get. Porphyria has a pink or red colored urine. If they say to you a colored urine is a brown colored urine, brown color, what do you automatically think of? Brown colored urine. PNH, no, not really, Bobby. Good try. And the answer is a hyperbilirubinemia. Either due to hepatitis or something like that. A hyperbilirubinemia results in a brown colored urine, which we'll also talk about later on this evening. So we're going to be talking about porphyrias soon, as well as hyperbilirubinemia. So the color of the urine, absolutely critical. Now, in addition, the homogentistic acid, besides going into the urine, can also get into the cartilage in the body. And when it gets into the cartilage of the body, it causes the cartilage to blacken. And so on board exams, they might talk about blackened cartilage. That's called onchorosis. But also, they might say something about the earlobes. The earlobes might be a blackish tinge to the earlobe. The cartilage in the earlobe might be blackish. If you think that, you think L-captonuria. Major disease for board exams. So they have the dark urine, the onchorosis, the arthritis, characteristic of L-captonuria. Major disease for board exams. Now coming back to the normal situation. So the product then goes in the Krebs cycle to be burned. Now the upper left side of the page, that alone is high yield. Any one of these is high yield. Now on the right side of the page, yet another high yield enzyme. And this enzyme is called the branch chain keto acid dehydrogenase. Now what does this enzyme do? It works on valine, leucine, and isoleucine branch chains. By the way, notice the name of the enzyme. It's not called leucine, valine, isoleucine dehydrogenase. Why not? Because it doesn't work on valine, isoleucine, and leucine. It works after the amino group is removed. And then the carbon skeleton is a branch chain keto acid. So it works after the amino group is removed from those 3 amino acids. The branch chain keto acid then is worked on by this enzyme. And what does it do? It converts the branch chain keto acid to acetyl-CoA, and the other product is propanol-CoA. Now, why is this enzyme so high yield for board exams? And the reason is, one reason is because what it needs to work. What does this enzyme need to work? What does the enzyme need to work? That's right. It's now the third and last example of a tender loving care for Nancy enzyme. Third and last of these enzymes. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, what were the other 2 tender loving care for Nancy enzymes? Matter of fact, on this figure, you could put the other 2. Here it is. One of them, what was one of them? It's PDH. Right here is PDH. Pyruvate to acetyl-CoA. There's the PDH. And what was the other one? We skipped it in the Krebs cycle, but there it's the alpha-ketoglutarate dehydrogenase. So yet another reason why page 266 is so important. Right here, succinctly, concisely, you see all 3 enzymes that are the tender loving care for Nancy enzymes. Now, another reason why this enzyme is so important is because of the pathology. And everybody knows that's called maple syrup urine disease, in which the urine has an odor of maple syrup. These children have a mental retardation, abnormal muscle tone, ketosis, coma, and death. All because one enzyme in biochemistry not working. But also the color of the urine is critical here. What's the color of the urine in maple syrup urine disease? What's the color of the urine? It has an odor of maple syrup, but what's the color? And the answer is it's like a caramel color or a burnt orange color, but a caramel colored urine is characteristic of maple syrup urine disease here. Major disease for national board exams. Here, you've got to know maple syrup urine disease. Okay, now moving on. Now what we're going to do is, by the way, maple syrup urine disease is localized the incidence of maple syrup urine disease is 1 in 100,000 people. So it's a rare disease, but it's localized in a particular religious group in the United States, and that's the Mennonites. There it is right there. I'll show you there, the Mennonites. These are also the Amish, same thing, the Mennonites, Amish. These are a religious sect in the United States. You find the Mennonites in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky. These are the individuals that don't believe in cars. They travel with a horse and buggy. They have the long beards and so on, and the hats and so on. But the idea is it's localized in that group of individuals. That's like 1 in 250 have maple syrup urine disease. Why I'm emphasizing this is because on board exams, if I say to you a Mennonite individual, automatically think maple syrup urine disease. Or they might ask you about the Hardy-Weinberg. Remember the Hardy-Weinberg? The issue is you got to know it's local. So they love it when a disease is in a particular group of individuals. In this case here, the Mennonites. Please be ready for it. Or the Amish, same thing. Okay, now what we're going to do is the bottom of the figure, and we're going to focus our attention on the propionyl-CoA. Okay, now let's do the bottom of the figure. So here is the propionyl-CoA. Once again, there is the propionyl-CoA, and remember, it's coming from valine and isoleucine. So now we're doing the bottom of the page. Now it turns out there are 5 things, because we talked about it yesterday as well. There are 5 things that generate propionyl-CoA. We talked about it yesterday in reference to odd-chain carbon fatty acids. But a total of 5 things generate propionyl-CoA. So now you can view it as the vomit pathway. The 5 letters in vomit help you remember what 5 items generate propionyl-CoA in their metabolism. So let me, now I'll say it twice in case you miss it the first time. But pay attention. The 5 things that generate propionyl-CoA. One of them is V for valine. On the left side of the page, O for odd-chain carbon fatty acids. At the bottom of the page, M for methionine. I, upper right-hand part of the page, isoleucine. And on the left side of the page, T is threonine. Okay, so 5 things generate propionyl-CoA. So one more time. V in vomit stands for valine, upper right-hand part of the page. O in vomit on the left side of the page is odd-chain carbon fatty acids that we talked about yesterday. M, lower left of the page, is methionine. I, upper right-hand part of the page, is isoleucine. And then lastly, the T on the left side of the page here is threonine. 5 things generate propionyl-CoA. Now, yesterday we talked, once the propionyl-CoA is formed, then there's 2 major enzymes. One of them is propionyl-CoA carboxylase. Remember, the ABC carboxylase generates methyl-malonyl-CoA. And then once it's formed, it sees an even more important enzyme, the methyl-malonyl-CoA mutase, that converts the succinyl-CoA to be metabolized. So these 2 enzymes, I'm not going to highlight them in the red box because we did that yesterday. But these are high-yield enzymes. And I mentioned that if the methyl-malonyl-CoA mutase is defective, then methyl-malonyl-CoA accumulates, and then methylmalonic acid then gets dumped into the blood and urine, giving rise to methylmalonic acidemia and methylmalonic aciduria. Major stuff for board exams. Now that threonine, no big deal other than it generates propionyl-CoA. But the methionine on the lower side of the page, that's high yield stuff. Now starting with methionine, let's talk about its metabolism. What happens is, starting with methionine, there is a low yield enzyme, not even shown here, that's going to take methionine plus and this is methionine, by the way. Remember, methionine has a sulfur, and there's a methyl group on the sulfur. It's not a deadly molecule because it's not a sulfhydryl group. It's a methyl on the sulfur. Now, starting with methionine, there is an enzyme you don't have to know that's going to put the methionine onto adenosine to form the product called S-adenosylmethionine, abbreviated SAM. Now let me ask you this. Get ready with the responses. Adenosine, is that a base, nucleoside, or nucleotide? Adenosine, base, nucleoside, or nucleotide? That's right. Well done. People have been studying. Well done, everybody. It is a nucleoside. Nucleoside. And in other words, it's made up of the base adenine plus the sugar ribose. And we stick a methionine onto it. It's now called S-adenosylmethionine. Now, what's good is S-adenosylmethionine? It's a methyl donor. So the methyl group, that methyl group right here on the methionine, will be used to donate the methyl group to make epinephrine. We're going to be talking about that later on. And also, like, for example, the 7-methyl G-cap on messenger RNA that we talked about last week. seemed like a long, long time ago, but the 7-methyl G-Kaplan messenger RNA, that methyl group can also be used to make lecithin and other molecules in the body. So it's a methyl donor. Now, after the methyl group is donated, the product is called S-adenosyl homocysteine. And then the adenosine is removed enzymatically, no big deal, and the product is called homocysteine. Major stuff, homocysteine. And what is homocysteine? It's methionine on the left side here. It's methionine, except there is no methyl group on the S because the methyl group was donated. So on the periphery of homocysteine is the deadly sulfhydryl group. That's homocysteine. It has a sulfhydryl group. Be ready for pathology in a minute or so. Now what happens is once homocysteine is formed, there are two enzymes that compete to use it, homocysteine. And both of these are major enzymes. One of them is called cystathionine synthase, which uses the coenzyme form of B6 to convert homocysteine to cystathionine, which then goes in the Krebs cycle to be burned. But now there's even more important enzyme for the National Board, and this enzyme, major enzyme for boards, and it's called the homocysteine methyltransferase. And what is it going to do? It's going to remake methionine from homocysteine. So again, if homocysteine lacks the methyl group, and now you're going to remake methionine, you got to put the methyl group back. And sure enough, it's coming from two major coenzymes homocysteine methyltransferase needs. One of them is methyl THF. The other is the second enzyme that requires the coenzyme form of B12. Let me stress here, don't worry about N5. I'll explain what that means on the next figure. Don't worry about N5. Just know it needs methyl THF and the coenzyme form of B12 to put the methyl group back on the homocysteine to form methionine. The second and last example of an enzyme that requires the coenzyme form of B12. Let me ask you this. If that's the second enzyme, what's the first enzyme that we talked about that requires the coenzyme form of B12? What was the first example? Let me see your answers. The first example. No. Good try, Michaela. At least you're trying. I appreciate that. Thank you. But there's no wrong answer. It's the wrong answer. It's right here. It's right there. We go. Now we're getting the answers. That's right. It's on this page right there. See that right where the green arrow is? There it is. They're right there. It's the methyl malonyl-CoA mutase. Is the second enzyme that requires the coenzyme form of B12. So another reason why page 266 is so high yield, because both enzymes that require B12 are right there on a single page. Okay, now here comes the very important feature here. If either this arrow is not working, the cystathionine synthase arrow is not working, or if the homocysteine methyltransferase is not working, then homocysteine will start to accumulate. By the way, this enzyme, homocysteine methyltransferase, on board exams, you might see it called methionine synthase. It's the same enzyme. It synthesizes methionine, so you might see it called methionine synthase, but I like this enzyme name better because it tells you what it does. It transfers a methyl group onto homocysteine to make methionine. So two different names for the same enzyme. But the important feature is if either of these two arrows not working, then homocysteine starts to accumulate, and when homocysteine starts to accumulate in the cell, it spills into the blood, ultimately into the urine, giving rise to a major pathology called homocysteinemia, also called homocystinuria. And look at the pathologies. Deep vein thrombosis, stroke, atherosclerosis, Marfan-like habitus, mental retardation, joint contractures. You could put the pathology book here and they would have that problem. How do you explain this? How do you explain these different kinds of pathologies All because homocysteine is accumulating in the bloodstream. That's right. You're thinking it's because of that sulfhydryl group. And remember, sulfhydryl groups are very potent reductants, electron donors. So here it is. This is now homocysteine, abbreviated this way. So here is that sulfhydryl group. Remember, a reductant, electron donor. Now remember, in the blood you have all those free radicals coming from the oxygen that you are breathing in. And free radicals are oxidants. They're always looking for electrons. So what those free radicals can do, they can take the electrons from the sulfhydryl group to form water. But now what happens to the sulfur? The sulfur now becomes highly reactive. And so sure enough, the sulfur can become highly reactive, and what it's going to do in the bloodstream is slowly but surely, proteins in the blood start to cross-link with each other by disulfide bridges. And even the homocysteine can cross-link with those proteins. So in other words, albumin can cross-link with immunoglobulin, which can cross-link with transferrin. So proteins in the bloodstream indiscriminately start cross-linking with each other when homocysteine is in the blood in elevated amounts. And you can imagine, as time goes on, particles of junk in the bloodstream circulate in the blood, they get into the capillaries and so on. You can imagine, here comes the stroke, deep vein thrombosis and so on, get into the brain, mental retardation and so on, all because that the homocysteine in the blood indiscriminately starts cross-linking with proteins in the bloodstream, and as they cross-link, particles of junk float around in the blood. Obviously not conducive to life. There it is, how the biochemistry explains the pathology. It makes sense. All right, now what's coming up next here is, I'm going to, by the way, let me stress here. Now, homocystinemia and urea, usually, what's the cause of it? And you might think it might be genetics, but it's not. Usually the cause of homocystinemia or urea, same thing, is usually caused by vitamin deficiencies, not genetics. And what 3 vitamin deficiencies can cause homocystinuria? You're looking at it on page 266. People who are B6 deficient, or folate deficient, or B12 deficient. Any 3 of these vitamin deficiencies can cause homocystinemia. There it is. There it is. High yield stuff here. All right, now what's coming up next is we're going to take this part of the figure here on page 266. This part of the figure with homocysteine and the enzyme homocysteine methyltransferase and folate and B12. I'm going to take this part of the figure right here and show it on the next figure and talk about it in reference to folate metabolism here. So here's this part of the figure right here. Right there, here's the homocysteine forming methionine by the enzyme homocysteine methyltransferase, and it uses the coenzyme former B12 and methyl THF to convert it into methionine. Nothing new in the green box. That was on the previous page. Nothing new yet. Okay, now folic acids. We're going to talk about folic acid metabolism. Now what happens is, in talking to medical students over the years, they know that folic acid is important for life, important for the boards, but most medical students hate folic acid metabolism because it's complicated, because of all these weird names of things. And what happens is medical students lose sight of the forest from the trees. They know it's important, but they just get bogged down in the names. Trust me. This is where you got to trust me. I'll take it slow. I'll tell you what you need to know. As long as you're paying attention, it's not hard understanding folate metabolism. Now here it is, as simple as I can state. If you were asked, well, why does a human being need folic acid in the first place? And you answer, there are 2 reasons why you need folic acid. One is to generate DNA precursors to make DNA. We'll spend more time on that on the last hour. And you need folic acid to carry out this green box to convert homocysteine to methionine. Here, that's why the human being needs folic acid to make methionine and to make DNA precursors to make DNA. Okay, now the idea is with folic acid, again, medical students lose sight of folic acid because of all these weird names like N5, N10, methylene this, and N5 this, and okay, now as simple as I can state, in the human body, there is a molecule that can act as a methyl donor. We just talked about it on the previous page, and that's S-adenosylmethionine. S-adenosylmethionine is a methyl donor. Many things in the body that have a methyl group in them, like epinephrine, where did the methyl group come from? Donation from SAM. But I want to stress, S-adenosylmethionine is not the only methyl donor. It is a methyl donor, but not the only one. Here. And the other methyl donor or one carbon donor is tetrahydrofolate, THF. So THF is a carrier of one carbon. And where that one carbon is located on the THF carrier determines its name and determines its function. Now I want to stress, THF carries one carbon only. One carbon only. And where that one carbon is located determines the name and determines its function. And sometimes that one carbon is located on nitrogen number 5, sometimes it's located on nitrogen number 10. That's why these weird names like N5, N10, methylene this and whatever. Don't worry about that. That's not important. Just know that THF is a carrier of one carbon. If that one carbon is a methyl carbon, you call it methyl THF. Now, specifically, it's located on N5. Don't worry about that. But it's one methyl carbon on the THF carrier. If that one carbon is a methylene carbon, you call it methylene THF. If it's a methanol carbon, you call it methanol THF. If it's a carboxy carbon, you call it formyl THF. Again, that one carbon only on THF carrier determines its name. Here. Now again, where it's located determines its name and determines its function. Now if I can make an analogy here, let's make an analogy of the car, of your car. Now, depending if one person gets into the car, and depending on where that one person is located in the car determines the name of that person. For example, if the person is in the front seat on the left side of the car, you call that person the driver. If that one person is located on the right side in the front seat, you call that person the passenger. If that person is in the back seat of the car, you call that person the wife. Yeah. Turn right, turn left, turn right, turn right. But that's the idea. That's the concept. That's the concept over here. It's just where that one carbon is located determines the name. Don't get bogged down with tetrahydrofolate. All right, now here comes. Let's go through the metabolism. It's not hard here, but you get ready for pathology. Okay, now the idea is now starting with folic acid. Now folic acid is the vitamin. And then it sees a major enzyme. Don't worry about it now. I will give this enzyme all the honor, all the praise, all the glory it richly deserves in the last hour. Don't worry about it now. The dihydrofolate reductase will take folate and make it into dihydrofolate, which is a coenzyme form. And the same enzyme then will convert DHF to tetrahydrofolate, THF. And THF is the carrier of one carbon. Now, once the carrier is there are other enzymes you don't have to know that now will donate one carbon from either serine or glycine. Low yield. But one carbon will come from serine or glycine, and where that one carbon is donated onto the THF carrier determines the name. Formyl THF, methanol THF, methylene THF, one carbon. And this is sometimes called the active folate pull. So then what happens is the one carbon on a THF carrier can be used to build the purine rings, could be used to convert uracil to thymine. Remember, what's the difference between uracil and thymine? A methyl carbon. Hanging on the breeze of uracil is thymine. And then these nucleotides, and these bases they used to make nucleotides, they can use to make DNA and RNA. So there it is. So the concept of the one carbon here. Now, to understand what goes on in folate deficiency, all you got to do is draw arrows up or down. In folate deficiency, all the vitamins and coenzymes and carriers will be down. What about the ability to make the active folate pull? And the answer is down. And then you cannot make purines, and then you cannot make DNA, and as a result, you end up with megaloblastic anemia. So one more time, without folic acid in the diet, the active folate pull is down. Back off for a minute. The active folate pull is down. The ability to make purines and thymidine is down. The ability to make DNA precursors is down. And then you end up with megaloblastic anemia. Now, why megaloblastic anemia where the red cells are huge? Because in the bone marrow, you have nucleated red cells. And when the signal is given by the hormone, erythropoietin, take the 46 chromosomes in the nucleated red cell, multiply by 2, grow and divide. So under the command of erythropoietin, the nucleated red cell now will get bigger and bigger and bigger in anticipation of growth and cell division. But now if there's no folate, you cannot make DNA precursors, you cannot make DNA, you cannot replicate the chromosomes. So as a result, the nucleated red cell just sits there, and sits there in the megaloblastic state, waiting for the chromosomes to multiply by 2. But they can't because there's no folic acid to make the DNA precursors. There it is. So if you were asked to explain megaloblastic anemia and folate deficiency, there it is. Because you cannot make DNA precursors. It makes sense. Now you must understand that because coming up next is why does B12 deficiency also cause megaloblastic anemia? And you'll never understand B12 unless you understand folate. So everybody understand that. Why, if you were asked, why you end up with megaloblastic anemia and folate deficiency? Because without the folate, you cannot make DNA precursors, you cannot make DNA, and the red cells are stuck in the megaloblastic state. Okay? All right. Now what we're going to talk about next is why does B12 deficiency also cause megaloblastic anemia? And the answer is on this page. Now what happens is most of the folic acid in your body and mine is not in the active folate pool. Most of the folic acid, 99% of it, is in methyl THF, sometimes called the storage pool of folate. Not that you're storing folate like you store triglyceride, but in your body right now, most of the folate is methyl THF. Most of it. Very little is in the active folate pool. The unfortunate thing for me and you is this arrow in biochemistry, from the active folate to the methyl THF storage pool, unfortunately for me and you, that arrow is irreversible. So once you make methyl THF, which most of your folic acid is in your body, the only way you can get it out of storage, the only way to get it out of storage is to be used by the enzyme called the homocysteine methyltransferase. This is the enzyme that's going to take the methyl group from THF and put it onto homocysteine to form methionine. And by doing so, you're regenerating the THF carrier. and then it can go back into the active folate pool. One more time, please understand this. Most of the folate in the body is methyl THF, sometimes considered the storage pool of folate. And the only way you can get it out of storage is to be used by the enzyme, the homocysteine methyltransferase. Because what it does, it takes the methyl group from THF, puts it onto homocysteine to make methionine, and uses coenzyme form of B12 to do that. And then, after you take the methyl group off to make methionine, the THF carrier now is regenerated as THF. You can put one carbon on it to restore the active folate pool. Okay, everybody with me? Everybody with me? Okay, yes, everybody with me? Everybody with me there? So far, so good? All right. Okay, well done. Okay, now, to understand B12 deficiency causing megaloblastic anemia, see the B12 right here? See the B12? Put a big X on it. Suppose a person now is deficient in B12. Now think, if they're deficient in B12, what happens to methyl THF? Let me see your answer. What happens to the methyl THF? If you're deficient in B12, what happens to methyl THF? That's right, everybody. That's right. It's stuck in storage. Can't get out of storage. It accumulates in storage. And then what about the active folate pool? It cannot be regenerated. You cannot make purines and thymidine. You cannot make DNA precursors. And there it is. That the methyl THF is stuck in storage. And there it is. Megaloblastic anemia in B12 deficiency. Because you cannot regenerate the active folate pool. It makes sense. It's hard to understand. You can't memorize this. You have to think about it. Then it starts to make sense. No B12, there's plenty of folate in the body, but it's stuck in storage. And therefore, the active folate pool is deficient, cannot make DNA precursors, cannot replicate chromosomes, megaloblastic anemia. This is also why in pathology they tell you if somebody is B12 deficient and they have megaloblastic anemia, you can overcome the megaloblastic anemia by giving them folate, right? If you give them folate at the top of the figure, if they have B12 deficiency causing megaloblastic anemia, you can overcome the megaloblastic anemia by giving them folic acid. And there it is why, right there. Folic acid generates the active folate pool by giving it to them orally, and they get rid of the megaloblastic anemia, even though the underlying cause is B12 deficiency. So here it is. So again, in B12 deficiency and in folate deficiency, you have megaloblastic anemia and you have homocystinemia. The substrate accumulates. That should be crystal clear to you. But then, how do you distinguish folate deficiency from B12 deficiency? Let me see your answers here. How do you distinguish folate deficiency from B12 deficiency? If a patient has megaloblastic anemia and homocystinemia, it could be folate, could be B12. That's right. You look for progressive peripheral neuropathy, which is a B12 problem, or you look for methylmalonic acidemia or aciduria, because it's the other enzyme that requires B12 will not work in B12 deficiency, causing methylmalonic acidemia and the progressive peripheral neuropathy. There it is. There it is. It makes sense. There it is. Not hard. You can't memorize this, by the way. You can't memorize this. You have to think about it, and things start to fall into place. Oh yeah, that's what's going on. Because I want to know, you're saying to yourself. You're motivated to understand it, not memorize it. How do you distinguish it again? It's the other enzyme that requires B12. It's the methylmalonyl-CoA mutase. When that enzyme doesn't work because of B12 deficiency, the substrate accumulates methylmalonic acid, so therefore acidemia, as well as progressive peripheral neuropathy. There it is, major stuff for national boards. Okay, now before the break, one more figure, and that is another high yield figure. Every figure we're doing tonight, high yield. And the next figure is the catecholamine synthesis figure. And now in catecholamine synthesis here, now you know you talked about it in physiology, but now this is the biochemistry point of view. Now in catecholamine synthesis, and be ready for path and be ready for farm. So what organs or tissues make the catecholamines? They're made by the central nervous system as well as the adrenal medulla. Now what I'm going to do is, starting with tyrosine, how do we make the catecholamines, including the last one being epinephrine? What's the biochemistry behind that? Now the idea is this is tyrosine. And remember, tyrosine comes from phenylalanine. You put a hydroxyl group on the phenyl group, that's tyrosine. Now starting with this molecule, step by step, we're going to show how you make epinephrine here. Now don't worry about the enzymes. Usually on the boards in catecholamine synthesis, more important than the enzymes are the coenzymes the enzyme needs to work. So I'll highlight them in the blue. The coenzymes these enzymes need in each step. So what happens is there is an enzyme starting with tyrosine called tyrosine hydroxylase, which requires tetrahydrobiopterin. Just like phenylalanine hydroxylase requires tetrahydrobiopterin, the next enzyme in the series also requires tetrahydrobiopterin. Now what does the enzyme do? It tells you it hydroxylates tyrosine. So what's it going to do? Here is the tyrosine, and what it's going to do is put a hydroxyl group onto it to form dihydroxy as the product, dihydroxyphenylalanine, abbreviated DOPA, dihydroxyphenylalanine. DOPA is the product. Now once it's formed, it sees an even more important enzyme for the board called DOPA decarboxylase, and notice what it needs. It needs pyridoxal phosphate coming from B6. And what is the enzyme going to do? It tells you. It decarboxylates. So you look at you look at the DOPA and say, where is the carboxyl group that it's going to decarboxylate? And you say, well, there is a single carboxyl group. Now watch by PowerPoint, watch the carboxyl group disappear because the decarboxylase removes it. There it is. And by doing so, notice the product, it's an amine. And the answer is it's a dopamine because it is an amino group there, dopamine. Now once dopamine is formed, there is yet another hydroxylase. It's called dopamine hydroxylase. And notice what it needs. It needs vitamin C and copper. And it's going to put a hydroxyl group onto it. And where is the hydroxyl group going to go onto? And where it goes on to carbon 2, making a product called norepinephrine. And then lastly, there is an enzyme that puts a methyl group, it transfers a methyl group from S-adenosylmethionine, SAM, we talked about it on the previous figures, and it's going to put a methyl group onto the amino group, because it says N, that's where the methyl group goes on to, N-methyl, so it puts a methyl group onto that nitrogen, and making as a product epinephrine as the product here, by putting a methyl group onto the nitrogen, making epinephrine. There it is, the sequence of events, not hard, don't worry about the enzymes. As long as you know what the enzymes need, you can deduce the enzymes if they were to ask you about the enzymes. Now, why is catecholamine synthesis so high yield for boards, besides the endocrinology? And the reason is because of the integration with pathology and anatomy, as well as pharmacology. As you should know, in pathology, there is the disease called Parkinson's disease. Now, what happens in Parkinson's disease, it's this arrow right here. It's not going to work. And the reason is because there's a loss of the dopamine producing cells in the brain. And where does it occur in the brain specifically in anatomy? It's in the substantia nigra. So this is normal substantia nigra that Dr. White talked about earlier in anatomy. And in Parkinson's disease, the cells are lost in the substantia nigra. So not enough dopamine producing cells, and therefore they're not going to make dopamine and norepinephrine, and then they end up with a Parkinson's disease situation that goes on. So on boards, they might ask you what part of anatomy is not working properly. They might ask what molecule is not being made in Parkinson's disease, and so on. But now here comes the pharmacology. In pharmacology, remember, as well as anatomy and physiology, remember that catecholamines cannot enter the brain. They're made locally in the central nervous system. So the brain synthesizes the catecholamines locally. They're not coming from the adrenal medulla, for example. They're being made locally. So the idea here is that in Parkinson's disease, if they're not making dopamine properly because of the loss of the dopamine producing cells, then you can give them dopa as a drug. By giving them dopa, then what little decarboxylase is around, then they can hopefully make dopamine. But as you know in pharmacology, dopa, if you administer it, gets destroyed too quickly. Don't worry about the detail. I doubt they're going to ask you about the detail, but there's a peripheral decarboxylase that's around, a non-specific peripheral decarboxylase, low yield. But that enzyme, when it sees dopa around, it just hacks off the carboxyl group. And therefore, dopamine is not getting into the brain very well. So the idea is, so dopamine doesn't enter the brain, but dopa does. And so therefore, you give them another drug besides dopa. What's the other drug you give? What's the other drug in pharmacology? That's right, Takir. That's right. Daniel, Urij, that's right. It's called carbidopa. Now, why do you give carbidopa? Because it doesn't cross the barrier, the blood-brain barrier. But the important feature is that carbidopa increases the dopa effect because it's like a protection against that peripheral decarboxylase. So when the decarboxylase wants to destroy dopa, if carbidopa is around, carbidopa is like sacrificing itself, protecting the dopa that's going to come into the brain. So it increases the dopa effect because carbidopa is handling the peripheral decarboxylase, preventing it from working on the dopa. Here is the biochemistry that explains the pharmacology, that explains the anatomy, that explains the pathology, that explains the endocrinology. Biochemistry in action. All right, now one more thing before the break. What's the other disease that's associated with this page? What's the other disease in which there's too much that's associated with this page? What's the other disease besides Parkinson's? That's right. It's called pheochromocytoma. And what is the problem there in pheochromocytoma? What's the problem? What's the biochemical problem? That's right. What the problem is, it's a tumor of the adrenal gland. That's right, Takir. And as a result, they generate too much catecholamines, including epinephrine. And if there's too much epinephrine being generated, then what does epinephrine do? Among other things it's going to do, one of them will go to the adipocyte and turn on HSL, so you'll break down a lot of triglycerides, a lot of weight loss because you're breaking down triglycerides. In addition, epinephrine will bind to the alpha-1 adrenergic receptor we talked about already in biochemistry. By binding to alpha-1, it stimulates GQ, remember all that? And as a result, it increases smooth muscle contraction and giving rise to the hypertension here. in the pheochromocytoma. All right, so let me check the time. It's 3 minutes to the hour. So let's take another 10-minute break, and then we'll come back, and some major pathways coming up, like heme synthesis. We're going to talk about iron metabolism coming up. Talk about bilirubin in the next hour. High yield stuff. All right, let's take a 10-minute break, and I will return. Okay, so welcome back. So now we're on heme synthesis. So again, there aren't that many pathways remaining, but every single one we're going to be doing is extremely high yield because there's pathology in every figure coming up here. But you'll never understand the pathology unless you understand the biochemistry first. And now the next pathway to talk about is heme synthesis. Now again, in some medical students, they don't talk about heme synthesis very much. They talk about it in pathology, sure, but in terms of biochemistry, they may or may not talk about it because this can be a difficult pathway, is heme synthesis. But you have nothing to worry about. Natalie, have a smile on your face because I'm going to tell you what you need to know here. All right, now in heme synthesis, up until about a couple years ago, I used to talk about only two enzymes highlighted in the red box. And then there was another medical student who told me another enzyme appeared on the boards. And so I highlighted three enzymes. And sure enough, last summer, there was another enzyme, according to a student, that was on the board exams. So there's going to be four enzymes on this pathway that will be highlighted in the red box, because I've been aware from students, from fellow students. Okay, now where is most of the heme made in the body? Most of it is made in the red blood, nucleated red blood cell, as well as in the liver. So by the way, you need to know that most of the body heme is made by the liver and the nucleated red cell. Because when something goes wrong with the pathway biochemically, then that's where the disease manifests, in the liver and the nucleated cells. And then you end up with hepatic porphyrias and erythropoietic porphyrias, because that's where most of the heme is made. Any defect, that's where the disease manifests, hepatic and erythropoietic. All right, now, the first of the four enzymes highlighted here is ALA synthase. Now, what does the enzyme do? It's the most important enzyme of the pathway in terms of what it does. It condenses glycine and succinyl together and synthesizes, as the name implies, ALA, delta aminolevulinic acid. And to do that, it requires pyridox L-phosphate coming from B6. And notice it's located in the mitochondria. So one more time. ALA synthase synthesizes ALA by condensing glycine and succinyl-CoA in the mitochondria, and it uses pyridoxal phosphate to do that. Let's proceed. And then after it synthesizes ALA, there is a lower yield enzyme, never been on the board until a medical student tells me otherwise. But anyway, it condenses two of these ALAs together to form porphobilinogen. Once porphobilinogen is formed, it sees a major enzyme, because there's a disease coming up shortly called porphobilinogen deaminase. And the other name of this enzyme is called hydroxymethylbilane synthase. By the way, one time a medical student asked me, what does AKA mean? AKA. AKA means also known as. So porphobilinogen deaminase also is known as hydroxymethylbilane synthase. So it makes hydroxymethylbilane as the product. Now, what's critical to know about hydroxymethylbilane is it is the first porphyrin of the pathway. Everything before it are porphyrin precursors. Everything after hydroxymethylbilane are porphyrins. Now, why is that so important for you to know as a physician or for the boards? And the reason is, if there's any genetic defect after hydroxymethylbilane, after this step, then porphyrins accumulate in the body. And when porphyrins accumulate in the body, porphyrins can get into the skin, and because porphyrins have aromatic rings, porphyrins absorb light. And when porphyrins absorb light, the patient is photosensitive. If, on the other hand, there's any defect before hydroxymethylbilane and the porphyrin precursors accumulate in the body, then the patient is not photosensitive. So what I'm getting at is on board exams, if they talk about a particular porphyria and they tell you whether the patient is photosensitive or not photosensitive, it's giving you a clue where the defect might be, either before this step or after this step, whether the patient is photosensitive or not. High yield. All right, now there's another item here, and that is the suffix of these porphyrins. If the suffix is an IN ending, that's telling you it's a colored molecule. If the suffix is an ogen, it is a colorless molecule. So anything that has the ogens are colorless molecules. Anything with an IN ending, it's a color molecule. For example, coming up later, bilirubin. Bilirubin is a colored molecule because it has an IN ending. All right, let's proceed. Now, once hydroxymethylbilane is formed, there is an enzyme low yield called uroporphyrinogen synthase. By the way, these Roman numerals, don't worry about them for the boards. Not important. But anyway, it makes uroporphyrinogen as the product. And once uroporphyrinogen is formed, it sees a major enzyme called uroporphyrinogen decarboxylase. Major pathology coming up. Uroporphyrinogen decarboxylase that then makes copoporphyrinogen. After a few more steps you don't have to know, it makes protoporphyrin. Once protoporphyrin is made, it goes back into the mitochondria. These intermediate steps are in the cytoplasm. This last step is in the mitochondria, and there's an enzyme in the mitochondria called ferrochelatase. And what does the enzyme do? Again, what does the enzyme do? It introduces iron into the protoporphyrin in the mitochondria to make heme, the red-purple pigment, as the product in the mitochondria. And the last of the straightforward biochemistry is, what regulates all this? And the answer is, it's heme. So the end product of the pathway, heme, if it's not being needed, inhibits the first step. Notice how the first step and the last step are located in the mitochondria. So once you make heme, once you put iron plus 2 into the protoporphyrin to make heme, it inhibits the first enzyme because it's right there in that same compartment here. All right, that's the biochemistry. There it is right there in a nutshell. Wasn't too hard, wasn't too bad. Just a few enzymes and what they do and blah, blah, blah. Wasn't bad at all. Now, what do you need to know for on-board exams? And one thing is, there is a major disease called, and by the way, all the steps can be genetically defective. But the ones that likely to be on the boards, one of them is acute intermittent porphyria here. And all porphyrias, with one exception, are autosomal dominant. Remember we talked about that in genetics. You must know that the porphyrias are autosomal dominant. There is an exception to that. Don't worry about the exception. I haven't heard about that being on the board, but I have heard about porphyrias in general are autosomal dominant. So you might see a pedigree, something along that line. So acute intermittent porphyria, it's autosomal dominant, late onset, episodic, variable expression. Some people are severely affected, some people are mildly affected. They have an anxiety, confusion, paranoia, abdominal pain, blah, 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 but no photosensitivity. It's all because the porphyrobilinogen deaminase is defective, therefore porphyrin precursors accumulate. When these porphyrin precursors accumulate in the cells, they then spill into the blood, they then get into the urine, and when they get into the urine, these are colorless molecules. But when they get into the urine, when you let the urine stand, oxygen from the air comes down and starts to polymerize. ALA substrate, porphyrobilinogen substrate, these substrates start to polymerize with each other in the presence of oxygen in the air. And the important feature is that the urine, as it stands, starts to become pink, then red, ultimately a port wine colored urine as you let the urine stand. So if they say something about a port wine or red colored urine, you automatically think a porphyria. But these patients are not photosensitive here. Okay, now the next one here is just as important, I should say, and this is porphyria cutanea tarda. Now, a medical student told me they got that one on last summer's exam, and he said he got it right because he saw the phrase, most common porphyria, and he saw the phrase or the word photosensitive. So he knew it was after hydroxymethylbilane, and the most common porphyria is porphyria cutanea tarda. And by the way, you never give a barbiturate in pharmacology to anybody who has a porphyria. And the reason is whether it's acute intermittent porphyria or it's porphyria cutanea tarda, any porphyria. And the reason is when you give a barbiturate, you induce the first enzyme. And that's the last thing you want the cells to do is make more porphyrin precursors in a porphyria. So you never give a barbiturate because what that does, it induces the ALA synthase. And you don't want to do that here. All right, now this porphyria cutanea tarda. This is the one that student told me was on the boards. He said he got it right because he saw the words photosensitive, because the porphyrins accumulate in the body, they get into the blood, get into the skin, and because porphyrins absorb light, they can blister the skin and cause all these lesions on the skin because porphyrins absorb light and causing photosensitivity. And in addition, the porphyrin precursor, it backs up all the way to the porphyrin precursors. They get dumped into the urine. You let the urine stand, and the urine, as time goes on, becomes a port wine-colored urine. Again, indicative of a porphyria. By the way, you know who had a porphyria? This has historical significance. Porphyria cutanea tarda. You know who had that? There was a count. Vio, you should get this one. There was a count in Romania, actually in Transylvania part of Romania, and he was a count, and he had a porphyria. He could not synthesize heme. And so what happened was, that's right. No, Vio, that's true. It's a true story. His name was Dracula. And what happened was Dracula was, he had a defect in heme synthesis. So what happened was, because he could not make heme, he then bit people. Because he could not make heme, he had porphyrias, and so therefore he bit people to suck their blood, because he was taking heme that other people were making and sucking it so he can get his own heme. And because he had porphyria cutanea tarda, he was very photosensitive, and he didn't come out at night. He did not like light. So he always had a cape. He was always covering his eyes because he didn't like light. He was photosensitive, and he sucked people's blood. Count Dracula. Now, back then, he wasn't called Dracula. He was called Vlad the Impaler. Vlad the Impaler. He was a very crazed, he was a crazed individual, and very paranoid. And he slaughtered people by impaling them, and it has historical significance. Now, Vio, whether that was a fairy tale or not, the history books say there was a guy named Vlad the Impaler, and he allegedly was sucking people's blood. There it is. Well, it is. He had a porphyria. Okay, now what's coming up here next is now these porphyrias are genetic porphyrias. But you and I, if we're a normal individual, can come down with a porphyria environmentally. And this is called plumbism. So you can be a normal individual and come down with a porphyria clinically, it's called plumbism. But let me ask you this. What is plumbism? What's plumbism mean? What does it mean? plumbism. Plumbism, that's right. It means lead poison. I was reading what Reveal was mentioning there about the Sistine Chapel and whatever. I didn't get it. But in any case, plumbism, PB, lead poisoning. Now what happens is lead knocks out several of the key enzymes of heme synthesis. The main one is the last arrow. This last arrow, that's the main enzyme knocked out by lead. Now notice what's going to happen with this last arrow. Please pay attention to this last arrow. This last arrow might not work for 3 different reasons. One is genetics. Ferrochelatase might be defective. One is because environmental, lead poisoning. And the third reason why this last arrow won't work is because of severe iron deficiency. One more time. This last arrow in the mitochondria might not work for 3 distinct reasons. Genetics, environmental, or nutritional. Genetics because the gene for ferrochelatase might be defective. Environmental because of lead poisoning. Or nutritionally because of severe iron deficiency. And importantly, when this last arrow does not work, notice protoporphyrin is accumulating in the mitochondria. And when protoporphyrin accumulates in the mitochondria, zinc can go in all by itself. There's no enzyme that puts the zinc in. Zinc goes into the protoporphyrin all by itself. And as a result, it gives rise to zinc protoporphyrin. And the important feature of zinc protoporphyrin is the red cells look fluorescent. Remember, they are hypochromic. They are microcytic and hypochromic. They have no color. But under a fluorescent microscope, you cannot see this with the naked eye, but under a fluorescent microscope, some of the red cells have a fluorescent halo around them. And that's indicative of the last arrow not working. Either because of genetics, ferrochelatase is defective, lead poisoning, knocking out the ferrochelatase, or severe iron deficiency. And then in the last arrow, then zinc will go in all by itself to the protoporphyrin. The red cells are still microcytic, still hypochromic, no color, but now they are fluorescent. Diagnostic for the last arrow not working. Zinc, that's right, Gehane, zinc will go in all by itself. All right, now what's coming up next here is, so this is heme. Out of 322 questions, at least one of them, my opinion, my prediction, will be a heme issue. You got to know heme synthesis because of all the pathology, because of the pharmacology of barbiturates. You never give a barbiturate. And so again, and the lead poisoning. So, and hematology, what the red cells look like, microcytic, hypochromic cells. Remember B6 deficiency. No B6, you're not going to have the color. Therefore, microcytic, microcytic, hypochromic red cells. Again, high yield, because more than one discipline is found. Again, high yield stuff. Now, coming up next is another high yield pathway that you must know. And that is the amazing substance called iron. Now, let me say something about iron. Iron is an amazing element in the body, in the human body. Even though there's a lot of iron in the world, it's the second most abundant element in the world. It turns out that iron in the human body is very, very highly regulated. And the reason for this is iron is amazing. It is the only substance, once you absorb it, there is no biochemical way to get rid of the iron. You have no biochemical pathway to get rid of excess iron in the body. You know how you get rid of iron out of your body right now? You spit a couple atoms on the ground. You cut your hair, a couple atoms on the ground. You flake off some dandruff, a couple atoms on the ground. Or you bleed, and that's how you get rid of iron. There is no biochemical way to get rid of iron. Only substance like that. Even cholesterol. You can get rid of cholesterol a little bit here and there, not much, but a little bit here, a little bit there. Even the other heavy metals like copper and zinc, you have biochemical ways to get rid of them. But iron is unique. Only substance, once you absorb it, you have no biochemical way to get rid of it. So you would predict, therefore, that all of the regulation of iron metabolism got to be at the mucosal level, right? You would predict it's got to be at the mucosal level, because once you absorb it into your system, you can't get rid of it. Theoretically, you have iron in your body right now that you had when you were a fetus, theoretically, because it's salvaged and reused over and over and over again. Okay, now let's talk about the biochemistry of iron, and then we'll get into the pathology situation. Now, so when you eat iron, it's in the +3 state. So, but you cannot absorb iron in the +3 state. So tonight, after we're done tonight, and then you go to your kitchen and you get a big iron skillet and start sucking on that iron skillet like a lollipop, you're eating a lot of ferric iron, but you cannot absorb it. What happens is you got to drink some orange juice or whatever, because vitamin C is a reductant, will give the electron to ferric iron, forming ferrous iron, iron in the +2 state, which is now available for absorption. But I want to stress, it doesn't mean it will be absorbed. It means it's available for absorption, because you and me only absorb about 10% of the iron that we eat, only about 10%. And so what that means is, and you absorb of that of the iron that you absorb about 1 milligram of iron a day. So in adults, the recommended daily of iron in males is like 10 milligrams, of which you absorb 1 milligram. In females, it's about 18 milligrams is the RDA, of which they absorb about 1 milligram or so of iron a day, because you only absorb about 10% of the iron that you eat. You know, one time I measured out how much is 1 milligram. I'm just curious, you know. I want to know, is 1 milligram, is that a lot? Is that a little bit? So I weighed it out in my lab. You know how much 1 milligram is? It's like a little speck. A speck of iron is 1 milligram. That's all you absorb a day. 1 speck of iron. Okay, now once you absorb that iron here, it comes into the mucosal cell, and two things can happen to the iron. One thing is it can be bound to a protein inside cells, in this case here, inside the mucosa, called ferritin. And ferritin is the storage protein for iron. And now the iron that's stored in the ferritin, the number of iron atoms is staggering. Staggering number. Ferritin can hold on to up to 4,300 atoms of iron per ferritin protein. It's an incredible protein. 4,000 atoms of iron it can hold on to. Think about that. And keep that in mind. Pathology coming up soon. All right, so it can hold up to 4,300 atoms of iron. Okay, now if it's not being stored, then the iron gets dumped into the blood. And that now, when it goes into the blood, on the serosal side of the mucosal cell, put a big star on that, because that is where all the regulation is of iron uptake. There is a huge complex of proteins. One of the proteins is called HFE. There's another protein called beta-2 microglobulin, other proteins as well. It's a complex of protein that now regulate how much iron passes into the bloodstream from the mucosal cell. So this is sometimes called the iron sensing complex. It's controlled by a hormone called hepcidin. So the idea is that you only absorb about 1 milligram a day, not much, controlled by the hormone hepcidin. Okay, now once iron is allowed, permitted to go into the system, into the bloodstream, then the iron plus 2 converts to iron plus 3. And then it's bound to a transport protein for iron, and that's transferrin. Transferrin is a blood carrier, blood protein carrier for iron. And transferrin can hold up to 2 atoms, not much. It holds up to maximally 2 atoms of iron in transferrin. All right, now I've got a couple of things to say here about this. Let me ask you this. When I ask medical students this, most medical students never get this correct. So that's why I'm going to cover it right now. See this arrow here, where iron plus 2 converts to iron plus 3 to make the iron plus 3 to be bound to transferrin and transport around in the bloodstream. What's the name of the enzyme in the bloodstream that converts iron plus 2 to iron plus 3 in the blood? When I ask that, most students never get it right. Anybody know the name of that enzyme? What's the name of the enzyme in the bloodstream that converts iron plus 2 when it enters the bloodstream to iron plus 3? What's the name of the enzyme? Not a reductant. No, it's going from plus 2 to plus 3. You're removing the electron. Ferroxidase. There we go, Takir. It's called ferroxidase. What is the other name, the more common name for ferroxidase? Look at Takir's answer. Ferroxidase is correct. But by the way, if you were kidding, you got it right. Ferroxidase. By the way, how'd you get that answer, Takir? Because you think. You're oxidizing ferrous to the ferric form. So he put 2 and 2 together, and he says, well, there it is. It's got to be ferroxidase. Well done, Takir. You're a thinker. My type of person. But on the boards, what is the more common name of ferroxidase called? You might see it called ferroxidase, which is true. But what is the other name, which most students will get it wrong? Okay, last chance. Last chance. Here it comes. And the answer is, it's called ceruloplasmin. 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 Let me pipe it up. There it is. See, I typed it up. Ceruloplasmin. Now, a lot of people, remember, ceruloplasmin is a copper requiring enzyme. And a lot of medical students, including a lot of pathologists, think that ceruloplasmin is a copper transporter in the blood. It's not. Albumin transports copper. But the idea is ceruloplasmin is a copper requiring enzyme to work in the bloodstream made by the liver. And what does ceruloplasmin do, also called ferroxidase? It carries out this arrow right there. So again, ceruloplasmin is an enzyme in the bloodstream. It requires copper to work. And what it does, it oxidizes iron plus 2 to iron plus 3. Is it high yield? Absolutely high yield. Ahmad, you ever hear of Wilson's disease in copper? That has a lot to do with ceruloplasmin. So that'll be discussed by Dr. Barone. But yes, it's high yield because of the issue of Wilson's disease in copper metabolism. All right, that's right, but copper and iron here are interrelated here. Again, I'm trying to integrate this stuff, but you got to know. All right, now let's proceed. So the iron is bound to transferrin and transport around, which brings up yet another question for you. The why question. Why is it that when iron is inside cells, it's bound to a protein called ferritin? And when iron is in the bloodstream, iron has to be transported around by yet another protein. Why must iron be bound to proteins in the body? Is sodium bound to proteins? Nope. Is potassium bound to proteins inside cells, not there in the blood? Nope. But why iron? Why iron? You must understand why. Free radicals, good try. That's not true though. No, it's not the reason. But good try, Daniel. Good try. Not the reason. Toxic, no. Chelate, no. Heavy. Well, it is heavy, but no. And the answer is because iron would form insoluble salts with carbonate, with chloride in the bloodstream, inside cells as well. And that would be the same thing if it forms insoluble salts. It would be the same thing as having rust floating around in your bloodstream. You think that's very conducive to life, to have rust floating around in your blood right now? I don't think so. Homie, don't play that. And so the iron must be bound to proteins inside cells as well as in the bloodstream. Any heavy metal, including copper, including zinc, must be bound to protein. Otherwise, it would form insoluble salts. There it is. Whereas potassium, sodium, they don't form insoluble salts, but iron does, copper does, zinc does. And so now zinc and copper are transported by albumin around in the blood. But what transports iron is transferrin. All right, let's proceed. Now, once transferrin transports the iron around, it can to deposit the iron into the cells. It has to bind to the transferrin receptor. So then the iron comes in. It can be stored in ferritin, or the iron can be incorporated into many enzymes and cytochromes. Remember the cytochromes of the electron transport chain. But in addition, most of the iron in the body is transported to the bone. In the body right now, a number you don't have to know, but you have 4 grams of iron in your human body. 2.5 grams are in red blood cells. So again, most of the iron is in the red blood cell. And so in the bone, in the process of erythropoiesis, the iron is then put into the protoporphyrin from the previous page, and then making heme, which incorporates to the globin, alpha and beta globin, forming the red blood cell hemoglobin. And then those red blood cells circulate in the bloodstream, transporting iron, transporting oxygen around, all the stuff with the 2,3-BPG stuff we talked about earlier this week. And then after 120 days, time's up. Then the red blood cell is turned over. The beta globin, alpha globin are broken down to amino acids. The heme is then processed, we'll talk about on the next figure, in bilirubin. And then the iron is then salvaged and reused, picked up by transferrin, brought back to the bone. The iron is salvaged over and over and over again throughout your life. The iron is salvaged and reused over and over and over again. All right, there it is. There is the basics of iron metabolism. What do you need to know for on boards? Well, as you all know, there is pathology associated with iron, and that's called hemochromatosis. Now, hemochromatosis is, we talked about it earlier in genetics on page 396, but the idea is that is where the gene for the HFE is genetically defective. There is a point mutation, a missense mutation, where at position 282, remember we talked about the dot blot and how the dot blot and the ASOs can be used to diagnose hemochromatosis because we know what the mutation is. Now, because of the mutation, the biochemistry is then you absorb a little bit too much iron a day. Instead of absorbing 1 milligram a day, 1 speck a day, you absorb maybe 2 milligrams or 3 milligrams. An extra speck of iron a day. Not much. But after 20 or 30 or 40 years, you have so much iron in the body that you can go to the metal detector at some airport and set it off. So much iron in the body. And then in pathology, you end up with hemosiderin deposits in the liver, pancreas, joints, and skin. Okay, now, here comes the question. You know I'm going to ask you just to make sure. What is hemosiderin or hemosiderin, wherever you put the accent? Every time I'm asking medical students that, most medical students have no idea. They hear that term all the time, hemosiderin, But if you never knew what hemocysteine is, we're going to figure it out right now in biochemistry. What's hemocysteine? What's hemocysteine? Pigment, yeah, it is, but what is it biochemically? Okay, and no. Macrophage eating iron, no. Good try. At least you're trying for me. At least you're trying. I appreciate that. What hemocysteine is, when there's so much iron in the body, what hemocysteine is, it's ferritin. This molecule right here, this protein, it's ferritin with too much iron in it. When there's a lot of iron in the body, then the iron goes on to the ferritin. Instead of being 4,300 atoms of iron, there may be 4,400 atoms of iron. There's so much iron in the ferritin that the ferritin just collapses under the weight. It's like iron ore. The ferritin collapses under the weight, precipitates, and it's now useless. And that's hemocysteine. So one more time, hemocysteine is ferritin inside cells with too much iron in it, and it collapses under the weight. And then you end up with hemocysteine deposits in liver, pancreas, joints, and skin. Now, after 20 or 30 or 40 years, what do you think is going to happen to the liver when you have all those hemocysteine deposits? What's going to happen to the liver? What's going to happen to the liver? Just think. We have all that hemocysteine deposits in the liver. What's going to happen? That's right. They're going to have hemochromatosis. They're going to have cirrhosis of the liver. The liver is going to be damaged, and therefore they're going to be jaundiced and so on because they can't conjugate bilirubin. They're going to have bleeding problems, and the liver is so damaged. It looks blackish because of all the hemocysteine deposits in the liver. It's cirrhotic after 30 or 40 years. Now, in addition, they're going to have hemocysteine deposits in the pancreas. So after 30 or 40 years, what do you think is going to happen to that patient who has hemochromatosis? There you go. Perfect answer. They're going to have diabetes because the beta cells will die as time goes on. And in addition, they're going to have hemocysteine deposits in the joints. So you say, well, they're going to have arthritis, and they will. And then they're going to have hemocysteine deposits in the skin, and they're going to have dermatitis. And what else do those people look like? That's right. Well done, Daniel and Shama. That's right. They have that bronze appearance. The bronze appearance compared to normal here. And again, characteristic of hemochromatosis. It makes sense after 30 or 40 years here. All right, now another item here. So this is hereditary hemochromatosis, a gene defect that can be passed on from generation to generation. And remember, it's incomplete penetrance. In most people who have hereditary hemochromatosis, it's usually asymptomatic. Because the degree of penetrance is only about 35%. So most people have a gene defect. They don't show pathology, even though they have a gene defect here. But now you can end up with secondary hemochromatosis. Now what does that mean? That means a person like me and you, somebody, let's say if we are normal for iron. But the idea is we can end up with hemochromatosis. Why? By eating or taking iron pills. In other words, suppose I am tired all the time or lethargic. Now, being lethargic, being tired all the time, that could be due to severe iron deficiency. But it turns out on the other end of the spectrum, iron overload. If I have too much iron in my body, I will be lethargic and I will be tired all the time. And so I might think, well, I'm iron deficient. I'm going to start taking iron pills. And that's the last thing you want to do. If you take too much iron by taking iron supplements, again, by mass action, you're forcing the mucosal cells to take up iron that it doesn't want to take up, just because you're taking up too much iron in the diet. And you're forcing the body to take up too much iron. Again, after a year, no big deal. But after 30 or 40 years, you're going to have a lot of iron in the body, iron overload, and you're going to get more tired, and therefore you're going to eat more iron, thinking you're iron deficient. In fact you're iron overload. If you are taking iron supplements, if you think you're iron overload, what should you do? If you're taking iron pills, you're playing with fire. What should you do? And the answer is you should do an iron test. What's the blood iron test? Let me see this. What is if you think you're iron deficient, you should have an iron test done in the bloodstream. What's the blood iron test called? That's right, Rouge. That's right. It's called the TIBC test, which stands for total iron binding capacity. And what it's doing biochemically, it's measuring transferrin. Remember, transferrin is in the blood, and transferrin normally should be 1/3 saturated. So the concept here is if somebody gets an iron test done and the TIBC is high, now think of the answer. If I get my TIBC and it comes back being higher than normal, does that mean I am iron deficient and I should be taking iron supplements? Or am I an iron overload and I should not be taking iron supplements? If it's a high TIBC, what does that mean? That's right. It means I'm iron deficient. I should be taking iron supplements. Notice the C, high capacity. That means transferrin has a high capacity, lots of room in transferrin, not enough iron is in the body. I should be taking iron supplements. On the other hand, if it comes back as low TIBC, then that low capacity, that means the transferrin has too much iron in it already. That means I am in iron overload, and I should not be taking iron supplements. It's counterproductive. Could be after 30 or 40 years, that could end up with very severe damage of my organs of secondary hemochromatosis. Now let me ask you this, one more item here, and then we're done with this figure. In pharmacology or whatever, what's the treatment for hemochromatosis? What's the treatment in pharmacology? What's the treatment? That's right, chelation therapy. And what's the name of the drug? My3. That's right. The treatment is you could do phlebotomy, blood loss, just bleed. You could lose iron that way. But if you have to go to a chemical, then there's a chelator called derofoxamine, and that is a chemical which binds iron. And then you pee out that iron into the urine. There it is. Major figure, iron. This figure, page 275. It is extremely high yield because of the integration with path, integration with genetics that we talked about earlier, the integration with pharmacology here. Major stuff for the board exams. Okay, now let's start, and then I'll finish after the break the next figure, and that's the last figure that we're going to talk about in this chapter, and that's bilirubin. Now let me start this figure, then we'll take the break and then come back to this figure, but I do want to start it. There's a lot of stuff. Now you got to know bilirubin. You must know bilirubin for the boards, and you got to know it for your career. You're always going to be talking about bilirubin. And the sooner you master its biochemistry, the better off you're going to be. You understand what's going on. Now, fortunately, even though bilirubin metabolism is a very complicated pathway biochemically, for the boards, it's a piece of cake. I'll tell you what you need to know and what you don't need to know. All right, now let's do the biochemistry. Notice location, location, location. You got to know where things are happening location-wise. In the spleen or other phagocytic cells, when the heme gets turned over, there is an enzyme you don't have to know that's going to oxidize the heme and split off the iron and splits off one of the carbons as carbon monoxide. This is the only place in the body where carbon monoxide is generated. But the monocarbon monoxide is trivia, never a problem. And then the other product is called biliverdin. And then there's another enzyme you don't have to know that converts biliverdin to bilirubin as the product. Now, some students think because of the surname Rubin, they think ruby color, they think red. Bilirubin is not red. What's red or purple is the heme. Heme is a red-purple pigment. And then it converts to biliverdin, which is a green-colored pigment. And if it converts to bilirubin, it's a yellow-orange colored pigment here. So these color changes is the conversion of heme to bilirubin. Maybe you didn't know this, but hopefully you did. But maybe you didn't know this. This is what a bruise is all about. If I were to get a bruise on my skin or whatever, those color changes that are going on in a bruise, you're looking at the biochemistry. Because red cells are dying at the site of the bruise. Macrophages are killing off those red cells. They're dying, and the heme is being processed. That's what a bruise color changes is all about, right there on page 276. All right, let's proceed. Now, the bilirubin, once it's formed, picked up by albumin, and because it's a lipid, and brought over to the liver. And in the liver, there is a mega enzyme. Get ready with a highlighter. And this enzyme is called the glucuronidase transferase, UDP glucuronidase transferase. Now, what is this enzyme going to do in the liver only? What it's going to do is it needs two molecules of a substrate called UDP glucuronate, two of them. And this is a glucuronate donor, just like UDP glucose is a glucose donor, UDP glucuronate is a glucuronate donor. And two of these sugars are put onto bilirubin, which is sometimes called unconjugated bilirubin, but more commonly called indirect bilirubin, by putting two sugars onto the bilirubin. The product of the enzyme is now called bilirubin diglucuronide because two sugars are added, but also called conjugated bilirubin, but most commonly called direct bilirubin. So one more time, in the liver, this all-important enzyme needs two molecules of the substrate UDP glucuronic acid, also called glucuronate, which looks just like glucose. Look at the prefix, gluc. It looks just like glucose, except carbon 6 has a carboxyl group. That's why it's called glucuronic acid. So this is a sugar donor. So it takes two of those. Two sugars are put onto the bilirubin, which is called indirect. Now to make it bilirubin diglucuronide, also called conjugated bilirubin, also called direct bilirubin. But now why? Why are you putting two sugars onto the bilirubin? Why? Why are you putting two sugars onto the bilirubin? To make it water soluble, yes. But why do you want to make it water soluble? And the answer is active transport. You're going to pump the direct bilirubin into the bile. From the bile gets into the intestine, and then the intestine. Then the bilirubin diglucuronide are then convert to the urobilinogens. What does that? What converts in the intestinal lumen? What converts bilirubin diglucuronide to the urobilinogens? What does that? That's right, it's the bacterial flora. So remember, the bacterial flora in your colon, they want to grow, and they see this bilirubin with two sugars on the bilirubin. They go crazy. They hack off the sugars. They take up the sugars. They go through anaerobic glycolysis because there's no oxygen in your colon. And what do they do with the electrons in anaerobic glycolysis? They put the electrons on carbon to make methane, sulfur to make hydrogen sulfide, hydrogen gas. But in addition, some of those electrons go on to the bilirubin, which is conjugated double bonds, to make the urobilinogens. Notice the suffix, ogens, colorless. So then what happens? To finish off the biochemistry, a little bit of the urobilinogens, not much, a little bit of the urobilinogens are reabsorbed out of the ileum section, and they picked up by albumin and brought over to the kidney. And from the kidney, they are filtered via the kidney into the urine. And when they get into the urine, here comes an important feature. When the urobilinogens, which are colorless, as soon as you do a number 1, immediately when you do a number 1, oxygen from the air comes down, takes the electrons from the urobilinogens and converts them to the urobilins, IN ending, urobilins. And what's important about the urobilins? That's what gives the urine the characteristic yellow color. As soon as you do a number 1, immediately oxygen oxidizes the urobilinogens to the urobilins, giving the urine the characteristic yellow color. Now to finish off the biochemistry, I'm going to be careful here. The bulk of the urobilinogens stay in the colon. As they stay in the colon, the bacteria continue to add more and more electrons back into the urobilinogens and converts them into another class of biochemicals called the stercobilinogens. And the stercobilinogens are colorless because of the ogen ending, stercobilinogens. As soon as you do a number 2, immediately oxygen from the air comes down, takes the electrons from the stercobilinogens, converts them to the stercobilins, IN ending, and you can imagine the IN ending are colored molecules, and importantly, that's what gives the stools the characteristic dark brown color. Now, there's not going to be any show and tell here. You just got to trust me. This is how stools happen. Stools happen. Maybe you didn't know this, but there's some bumper stickers on cars, and they use 2 words. And they use an S word with happen, but it's not the stools happen. It's another S word. But anyway, what they're referring to is the biochemistry. When you see that bumper stickers and they talk about stools happen, although they use another S word, they're referring to this biochemistry, how stools happen. Immediately the brown color. You know, one time a medical student came up to me and said he was surprised at this. And he said, "Do you mean to tell me that if I ever go to the moon, and in the moon there's no oxygen over there in the moon, that if I go do a number 2 somewhere on the side, that the stools are colorless?" That's right. There's no color in those stools. Look, see this over here? The stools are clay colored. If there's something wrong with bilirubin metabolism, the stools have no color. Get ready. It makes sense. There it is. All right, and what we're going to do is, it's 2 minutes to the hour. Now, please, what we're going to do is we're going to finish off this figure in pathology after the break, and then we're going to do 2 more pathways. We're going to do pyrimidine synthesis in Chapter 18, purine salvage in Chapter 18, high yield. Then after that, we're going to do a series of some vignettes. They're going to come your way, and then we're done. So again, that's what's coming up on this last hour. So again, very high yield. Please come back, and I'll make it worth your while. Okay, see you shortly. Okay, everybody, we're coming down the home stretch. One more hour to go. And it's just sad. And to tell you the truth, it's kind of sad for me because after I'm getting to know everybody on the chat pod and all this kind of stuff, and it's just amazing how time just flies. So, and we're having fun here. But anyway, some high yield stuff coming your way. I don't want to get too sentimental right now because it's I really do. But anyway, there's some very high yield stuff coming here, and I really need you to pay attention. You're going to see how high yield this stuff is. So now let's finish off bilirubin stuff. Now remember earlier I mentioned to you, you need to know minimally 3 numbers: blood glucose, blood cholesterol, and blood bilirubin now. And the bilirubin, what you need to know about bilirubin values, you should know without looking in the chart or some table. You should know indirect bilirubin. Let me see your answers here. What should indirect bilirubin be? What should it be? What should the value be? That's right. It should be 1 milligram per deciliter or less. Don't forget the units. Milligrams per deciliter, 1 milligram per deciliter or less. What's that 1 milligram? It's right here. This is the bilirubin that's now heading from the spleen, for example, to the liver on albumin. That's 1 milligram per deciliter. What should direct bilirubin be? What should direct be? What should that value be? And the answer is, theoretically, it should be 0. You should not have direct bilirubin in the bloodstream, but theoretically you should have 0 direct in the blood. And the reason is because direct bilirubin at the bottom here should be pumped out of the liver into the bile. It doesn't belong in the bloodstream here, so it should be 0. Now, the condition in pathology of hyperbilirubinemia exists when the total bilirubin is greater than 1 milligram per deciliter. And it could be due to either elevated indirect, elevated direct, or both being elevated. Now let's go through all 3 of them. The conditions which give rise to just elevated direct bilirubin are listed right here. Any hemolytic disease going to result in elevated indirect bilirubin. Because hemolytic diseases, red cells are dying, bilirubin heading over to the liver. Like anything else in biochemistry, there's always some genetic disorder. And here it's called Crigler-Najjar syndrome. There are some children in this world, infants in the world, the gene for the glucuronidase is genetically defective. Because of a missense mutation, the enzyme is not around, and as a result, their indirect bilirubin can be anywhere from 30 to 50 milligrams per deciliter. All indirect, they have severe congenital jaundice, and they usually die at a very early age of about 6 months to a year. They don't live very long. Now, in Gilbert syndrome, it is a benign syndrome in adults where they can have anywhere from 2, maybe 3 milligrams per deciliter. It's benign syndrome. And what it is, it's just not enough enzyme, glucuronidase, is being made at the gene level. So it's a gene expression issue, but not enough enzyme being made. It's being made, but not in sufficient quantities. Now let me ask you this, Gilbert syndrome, does it cause jaundice? Yes or no? Does Gilbert syndrome cause jaundice? And the answer is no. All you got to do is look at me. All you got to do is look at me. No jaundice. Every time I go get my annual physical, my physician, who is a former student of mine, he measures my blood bilirubin values are always 2, maybe 3 milligrams. My doc is always writing Gilbert's. I know it's Gilbert's. Quit telling me. But it's a benign syndrome. It better be benign. But it's a benign syndrome and it has no problems. Now, it could be exacerbated by stress. So the bilirubin levels can rise a little higher by stressful conditions. but generally it is a benign syndrome. Very common, 6 to 8% of the population have Gilbert syndrome, but it is benign, is the key. Now, the one I want to spend a few minutes on is newborns. Now, as everybody knows, newborns, you got to worry about the issue of kernicterus, and that is where indirect bilirubin can go into the brain and cause irreversible brain damage. Let me ask you this: where in the brain, what cell types or whatever, where in the brain is kernicterus conformed by bilirubin? Where? That's right, Daniel. Daniel, get rid of that question mark. That's right, it's the basal ganglia. That's right, the basal ganglia is where the bilirubin can come into and irreversibly damage the brain, called kernicterus. So you got to worry about this in newborns, where in newborns the bilirubin levels can rise to 6 to 10 milligrams per deciliter. You got to worry about all that elevated indirect. But now the question is why? Why is it that newborns are prone to jaundice? And there are two reasons that contribute to why newborns are prone to jaundice. What's one reason? What's one reason why newborns are prone to jaundice? Immature liver. I need some more detail, Sagra. More detail. What you said is correct, but more detail. Okay, one reason is, that's right. One reason, I see the answer, is because of excessive red blood cell destruction. At birth, beginning at birth for several weeks, the fetal red blood cells, remember it's the wrong type of hemoglobin, hemoglobin F, all the fetal red blood cells are start to become destroyed, and new red blood cells are being made with hemoglobin A to respond to the 2,3-BPG. So at birth, there's massive red blood cell destruction going on, a lot of bilirubin heading over to the liver of that newborn. But the problem here is, somebody mentioned earlier, Sagra, in the immature liver, the problem is that the transferase, the enzyme here, begins to be induced at the gene level beginning at birth. And so, it's turned on at the 9-month gestation, and then if a premature infant is very susceptible to jaundice, 8-month gestation, something like that, because the enzyme may not be ready yet, and you got to worry about the issue of kernicterus and so on. Okay, so these are the two reasons that contribute to why newborns are prone to jaundice. But now the issue is, how are these? Everybody knows this answer. How are these infants treated with jaundice? How are they treated? What do you do? That's right. By phototherapy, But now let me ask you this. What kind of light is it? What kind of light is given in the clinics for the phototherapy? Whoa, Gisela, oh no, Angela, Ayman, Miranda, UV light. Think what you just wrote or you're thinking of. UV radiation. Whoa. Man, do you want these children with UV radiation, do you want them to have a tan? Do you want these children to look like Brad Pitt and all that kind of stuff with all that UV radiation? Not UV radiation. I mean, are you checking out their excision endonuclease so they don't have just to confirm they don't have xeroderma pigmentosum? Not UV radiation. UV radiation would work, but in the clinics, it's not UV radiation. Now again, don't worry if you said UV radiation. You'll never forget this for your entire life. It's blue light. A lot of you said blue light, which is true. Blue light. Now, why do you give blue light? And the reason why you give blue light in that phototherapy, because bilirubin will get into the skin, causing the jaundice. And because bilirubin has conjugated double bonds, bilirubin absorbs light. Bilirubin absorbs that blue light. And when bilirubin absorbs light, bilirubin fragments into water-soluble fragments. And then the baby pees out the water-soluble fragments, biding time, waiting for the glucuronidase to kick in at the gene level. Eventually, it'll kick in and handle all the bilirubin. But that's why you give the phototherapy with the blue light, because bilirubin absorbs it, fragments into water-soluble fragments, waiting for the enzyme to kick in. Now, in some parts of the world, a mother of a jaundiced infant may not have access to a clinic. And yes, the mother can take the baby outside in the sunlight and to get rid of the jaundice issue, but there you got to worry about that sensitive skin in the newborn and all that UV radiation. It would work, but you got to worry about that UV radiation here. Again, so major issue here. Here comes pharmacology. In pharmacology, what is the name of the drug used to treat severely jaundiced infants? What's the name of the drug? In other words, if phototherapy is not working fast enough, you got to worry about kernicterus, so then you might give them a drug. What's the name of the drug? That's right, Maritza, phenobarbital. Phenobarbital. Now, why do you give phenobarbital, Gisela? Why do you give phenobarbital? Because phenobarbital induces at the gene level that glucuronidase transferase. In other words, you're trying to speed up at the gene level the turning on of the glucuronidase transferase. And that's why you give that drug. Now, that's a last resort. I mean, you never want to give a phenobarbital to an infant, but it beats kernicterus, right? So again, it's a last resort. If phototherapy is not working fast enough, you got to worry about kernicterus, then you could give phenobarbital. But it's a last resort. Now, at the bottom of the figure, conditions which give rise to elevated direct only direct, the most common one is anything wrong. Just put a big X on this arrow right here. Obstruction of the bowel duct for whatever reason cause elevated direct, because direct is being made but cannot be pumped out properly and then it goes into the blood, elevated direct. Or things like Dubin-Johnson or Rotor syndrome that Dr. Barone briefly will talk about. Fortunately, they are benign syndromes. It's simply there's something wrong with the active transport proteins. The system's not working properly, not pumping direct into the bowel properly. Now, conditions which give rise to both direct and indirect, both of them being elevated, is anything wrong with the liver, either due to alcoholic cirrhosis, for example, Wilson's disease with copper issues, hepatitis, or whatever. What's happening there is anything wrong with the liver, meaning some hepatocytes may want to conjugate the bilirubin, but may not want to pump it out. Other hepatocytes may not even want to conjugate the bilirubin. So the liver is a mess. And so both direct and indirect would be elevated in the bloodstream. So if you see both of them being elevated, there's something wrong with the liver there. Okay, now one last thing here, and then we're done with this figure and done with the chapter. And that is, remember earlier I mentioned to you, don't confuse words which sound very similar. Okay, like thymine and thiamine. Now here is the issue. Now this direct bilirubin, when it's being formed for whatever reason, when it spills into the blood, then because it's water soluble, direct bilirubin can now filter through the kidney and get into the urine. And when it gets into the urine, it gives the urine the characteristic brown color. So the brown color that's characteristic of hepatitis, for example, viral hepatitis, is simply direct bilirubin in the urine. But remember, you should never have direct bilirubin in the urine. If you do, it's pathology. So here are these two words or phrases that sound very similar, but they're not the same. Urinary bilirubin is not the same as urobilinogens. On the left side of the equal sign, that is pathology. You should never have bilirubin in the urine. That's pathology. On the right side of the equal sign, that is the normal situation. You should have urobilinogens in the urine, giving the urine the characteristic yellow color, which converts to the urobilins here. But these are not the same. One more time. On the left side, it's pathology. On the right side, it is the normal situation. Please don't get those words mistaken. On board exams, easy to make silly mistakes. Okay, so now we're done with chapter 17. I told you it took 3 hours, several hours to go through. So now we're on the last chapter. And in the last chapter, just 2 figures we need to talk about here. Even though there's a lot of figures in the chapter, there are only 2 high-yield figures. Pyrimidine synthesis, be ready for a lot of pathology and pharmacology. And then after that, purine salvage, purine metabolism. And be ready for a lot of pharm, be ready for a lot of pathology, be ready for a lot of physiology on that pathway. And then we're done with the stuff, and then we'll do some clinical vignettes. All right, now so the first of the 2 figures, but please pay attention, so high yield, and that is pyrimidine synthesis. Now let me do the biochemistry first, and then we'll integrate with path and then pharm. I wonder why this metabolism is so high yield. I just wonder why. Anyway, in the biochemistry, what happens there is an enzyme you've got to know called carbamophosphate synthase 2. And what does the enzyme do? It tells you it synthesizes carbamophosphate in the cytoplasm of most cells in the body, can make pyrimidines. And it does so by condensing the amino group of glutamine, CO2, and ATP together to form carbamophosphate as the product. Now this is carbamophosphate synthase 2. Don't confuse it with number 1. Let me ask you this. What pathway has carbamophosphate synthase 1? What pathway has it? The urea cycle. And where is it located again specifically? Where is it located? Carbamophosphate synthase 1. In the liver mitochondria. That's right. So the liver mitochondria is number 1. In most cells in the cytoplasm is number 2 in pyrimidine synthesis. We'll come back to the enzyme in a few minutes. So it makes carbamophosphate, and after a number of steps you don't have to know, makes a pyrimidine precursor called orotic acid. It's a pyrimidine. And then there's an enzyme it carries out 2 arrows, not shown here, but it's called UMP synthase. And what it does, it takes orotic acid, puts it on the ribose, and then decarboxylates and makes UMP as the product. Because of synthesizing UMP, you might call the enzyme UMP synthase. Let's proceed. And then it converts to UDP, no big deal. And then there is a medium to high yield enzyme called ribonucleotide reductase. And what is it going to do? It's going to take the ribose and make it into deoxyribose. So again, ribonucleotide, that's the substrate. UDP is a ribonucleotide reductase. So it's taking the ribose and making deoxyribose, making the product deoxy-UDP. Converts to deoxy-UMP. Notice the deoxyuridine. The only place in the body you have deoxyuridine in metabolism, not in DNA, but in metabolism. Then we come to another medium to high yield enzyme called thymidylate synthase. And what is this enzyme going to do? It's going to take the uracil portion and put a methyl group onto the uracil, and it's being donated by methylene THF, the active folate pole we talked about earlier tonight, and putting the methyl group onto the uracil to form thymine, specifically deoxy-TMP. And then the other product is dihydrofolate, and then DHF sees that all-important enzyme you must know for boards, dihydrofolate reductase, which takes the coenzyme and makes the carrier called THF. And then 1 carbon comes from serine or glycine, low yield, to regenerate the active folate pole. There it is. There it is. That is the straightforward biochemistry. It could be very difficult, but it's not. I kept it simple. What do you need to know for on board exams? Well, remember on page 265, probably don't remember it, but on page 265, there was an enzyme in the urea cycle called OTC, ornithine transcarbamylase. When that enzyme in the urea cycle is defective, its substrate carbamophosphate accumulates in the mitochondria. it leaks out of the mitochondria, and there it is, there it is, there it is. It now enters the pyrimidine synthesis pathway and makes orotic acid. And therefore, orotic acid is not needed, and therefore spills in the blood and urine, giving rise to orotic aciduria as diagnostic for OTC deficiency compared to carbamophosphate synthase 1 deficiency. All right, there it is. But now, more pathology. In pathology, I got to think now, you got to think. I want you to think without looking at first aid. Now, you could also have these two arrows right here. That same enzyme, UMP synthase, can be defective in pyrimidine synthesis. And when that enzyme is defective, notice orotic acid will accumulate and spill into blood and urine, giving rise to orotic aciduria. All right, here it comes. You know what? Here are two diseases that sound very similar. In both cases, orotic acid is in the urine. So the way they might do this on the board exams, you see a vignette that I wrote in your book. They might say something like this: the parents of an infant are changing the diapers of the infant. The parents notice that in the diapers there's a crystalline material. So the parents rush the baby back to you as a pediatrician. You look over that crystalline material, you have it analyzed, and you find out it's orotic acid. Here comes the question on the boards. Then how do you know? Does a child have a urea cycle defect, or do they have a pyrimidine synthesis defect? They have orotic acid in the urine. It could be due to OTC deficiency, or it could be due to UMP synthase deficiency. That's right. How would you distinguish the diseases from each other? Several different ways. I see the answers you're writing. Well done. You're thinking. Two ways to do this. One way is hyperammonemia, and the other case is the BUN value. There it is. Okay. So again, here comes the question for you. So here comes. Get ready with your answer. Suppose they say to you, a child has orotic aciduria, and then blood measurements indicate there is no ammonia elevated in the blood. What disease do they have? No ammonia in the blood, yet they have orotic aciduria. What disease do they have? Let me see your answer. No orotic acid. They have orotic acid in the urine, but that's right, and the answer is they have a pyrimidine synthesis defect. If they have orotic acid, it's UMP synthase, not the first enzyme here. They would never make orotic acid. So if it's this arrow is defective, UMP synthase, they have orotic acid in the urine, and they have nothing wrong with ammonia. Urea cycle is fine. All right, now if they say to you, a child has orotic aciduria, and the BUN is low compared to normal, what disease do they have? They have orotic aciduria, and the BUN is abnormally low. What disease do they have? That's right, they have a urea cycle defect, specifically OTC deficiency. High yield stuff. Major stuff here. Okay, yes, they have a megaloblastic anemia. That's right. If it's a pyrimidine synthesis defect, they're going to have megaloblastic anemia because they cannot make DNA precursors here to make DNA. All right, now at the bottom of the figure, look at all the drugs that affect pyrimidine synthesis. Hydroxyurea inhibiting ribonucleotide reductase. Fluorouracil in the treatment of basal cell carcinoma, used as a topical for basal cell, inhibits thymidylate synthase. And look at all the drugs that inhibit DHFR, dihydrofolate reductase. Methotrexate, anti-tumor drug. In microbiology, trimethoprim, along with sulfa drugs together, is called Bactrim, inhibiting DHFR of microbes, antimicrobial. And in antiprotozoal, pyrimethamine. Let me ask you this. Which parasitic disease from Dr. Muscatello's lectures Which parasitic disease do you administer pyrimethamine? Which parasitic disease? Give everybody a chance. And the cure, got it. And the answer is, everybody else, Jose, that's right. It's toxoplasmosis. That's right. It could be used for malaria, but most often is used for toxoplasmosis. And so the idea is, look at all the drugs, anti-tumor, antimicrobial, anti-parasitic drugs target DHFR, a major enzyme you got to know for the national boards. Now, the way they might do this on the boards is regarding methotrexate, anti-tumor drug. What they might say to you is, and by the way, you might ask, why is there so many drugs that target pyrimidine synthesis? Is because they're making DNA precursors to make DNA, antimicrobials, anti-parasitic, anti-cancer drugs, because you're preventing those cells from making DNA precursors to make DNA. That's why you give those drugs. Now, regarding methotrexate and dihydrofolate reductase in cancer cells, what they might do is, they might say to you, this is a Lineweaver-Burke plot of a very important enzyme in pyrimidine synthesis in the black line called dihydrofolate reductase. And in the red line is dihydrofolate reductase in the presence of methotrexate. What type of drug is methotrexate? What type of drug is methotrexate? That's right, it's a competitive inhibitor. Why? The lines cross. Just that easy. There it is. Methotrexate looks like dihydrofolate and competes with the enzyme. There it is, how simple this stuff is. And by inhibiting DHFR of cancer cells, they cannot make DNA precursors. Eventually, they'll be eradicated. Okay, now one last pathway. Natalie. All right, now one last pathway. And it is enormously important for board exams. You are going to get a question on this last figure. I cannot guarantee it, but almost guarantee it. And that is purine salvage, purine metabolism. All right, now let me say something about this pathway here, purine excretion and salvage. Let me say something about it. You got to pay attention here, because I'm telling you right now, if you're not paying attention, what's going to hurt you are the words. The words are killers here in purine salvage and so on. You must pay attention. But I got your back. As long as you're paying attention, I'll make it clear. I'll make it simple. These words will kill you. If you're not paying attention, you come a week from now or 2 weeks from now in Farm and Path, they're talking about these drugs I'm going to be talking about. You have no idea what they're talking about. If you're paying attention now, this will be clear. All right. Now pay attention, please. So high yield. All right. Now what happens is the purine nucleotides, AMP and GMP, when they're being turned over, now regarding AMP, there is an enzyme that removes the phosphate, low yield. And then as a result, it makes the nucleoside. By removing the phosphate, we generate the nucleoside called adenosine, which is equal to adenine plus ribose together is called adenosine. And then there is a major enzyme that you talked about with Dr. Moscatello, and you will with Dr. Barone as well, and now you're doing it with me. And this enzyme is called adenosine deaminase. Look at the name of the enzyme. It tells you what it does. It removes the amino group from the 12 o'clock position of the adenine portion of adenosine. By removing the amino group, we now form another nucleoside. And that nucleoside, the weird name, it's called inosine. Weird name. And what is inosine? It's equal to two components. One is the base called hypoxanthine, and the other is the sugar ribose. Together, it is called inosine. Inosine is a nucleoside equal to the base hypoxanthine plus ribose together is called inosine. Now remember from Dr. Moscatello's lectures is that when the enzyme ADA is defective, it gives rise to this major disease, one of the SCIDs, severe combined immunodeficiency called ADA deficiency, in which they have abnormally low levels of T cells and B cells and very susceptible to infections. Why low T cells? Why low B cells? Because adenosine, deoxyadenosine accumulate. And deoxyadenosine inhibits ribonucleotide reductase, the same enzyme we talked about on the previous page. If you inhibit ribonucleotide reductase with elevated adenosine, deoxyadenosine, then you cannot make DNA precursors. And you cannot make the deoxy form of nucleotides when you inhibit ribonucleotide reductase with deoxyadenosine when ADA is defective. And if you cannot make DNA precursors, then T cells will not grow, B cells will not grow. There it is, how the biochemistry explains the immunology, which explains the pathology. One more time. When ADA is defective, then the substrate adenosine and deoxyadenosine accumulate. In turn, they inhibit ribonucleotide reductase, that enzyme you saw on pyrimidine synthesis. By inhibiting ribonucleotide reductase, you cannot make the deoxy form of the nucleotides, and therefore you cannot make DNA, and then rapidly growing cells, T cells and B cells cannot grow, and they are immunocompromised. It makes sense. All right, now let's proceed. Now, coming back to the normal situation. Then once inosine is being formed, it sees another enzyme, lower yield, but still pretty important enzyme, but lower yield, called purine nucleoside phosphorylase. Look at the surname, phosphorylase. It uses inorganic phosphate to cleave ribose from the purine nucleoside called inosine. Remember, inosine is a purine nucleoside. So it uses inorganic phosphate to cleave the ribose off as ribose phosphate, and now we generate the base called hypoxanthine. Not adenine, because the amino group was removed. It's now called hypoxanthine from the 12 o'clock position. It was removed. All right, now the GMP. Once it's formed, the phosphate's removed by low yield enzyme. Forget about it. And it makes the nucleoside called guanosine, which is equal to the base guanine plus ribose together is called guanosine. The same enzyme PNP, purine nucleoside phosphorylase, uses inorganic phosphate to cleave the ribose off, generating guanine as the product. So notice, after all this degradation, we generate hypoxanthine and guanine, not adenine and guanine, because the amino group was removed. Then what happens? Now, there's a tune of about 10% of these purines. They go into what's known as the excretion pathway, and there is a major enzyme. And this enzyme is called xanthine oxidase. And what does this enzyme do? It carries out these two arrows. It takes hypoxanthine and guanine and oxidizes it to xanthine, weird name of a base, purine base, and further oxidizes it to uric acid as the product. All right, now what's the problem with uric acid? Now everybody's going to say, well, it causes gout, and that's true. The problem with uric acid, though, is it's not very water soluble. And because it's not very water soluble, you pee out a little bit of it. But if you generate too much uric acid, it then backs up into the bloodstream and crystallizes out. And when it crystallizes out, forming those bifringent crystals, then the macrophages engulf the uric acid crystals, and then they set off the immune system. And as you know, causing an acute inflammation that goes on, or could be chronic inflammation, but you get the inflammation. And where do you get the inflammation? Primarily in the big toe. And in the big toe, because of excruciating pain that could go on. And then you say, if you see that on big toe on board exams, you say, that is a gouty episode that is going on here. All right, now again, it's because uric acid is not very water soluble here. All right, now as you know, xanthine oxidase is a target of a major drug in pharmacology that Dr. Harris will talk about in his last lecture. What is the name of the drug used to treat chronic gout? That's right, it's allopurinol. And now, why you want to inhibit using allopurinol? Why you want to inhibit xanthine oxidase? And the reason is you won't make uric acid, which is great. But it turns out that xanthine and hypoxanthine and guanine, all three of these substrates, are more water soluble than is uric acid. And they're more water soluble, therefore more readily peed out. But not only that, they can be salvaged, that we'll talk about in just a minute or so. Now, the way they might do this on a national board is, they might say to you, this is a Lineweaver-Burke plot of a very important enzyme in purine metabolism in the black line called xanthine oxidase. And in the red line is xanthine oxidase in the presence of allopurinol. What type of drug is allopurinol? What type of drug is allopurinol? That's right, it's a non-competitive inhibitor. Why? The lines don't cross. Now, it's a little bit more technically more difficult than that. What happens is allopurinol converts in the body to oxypurinol, which is the non-competitive inhibitor. Now, don't worry about is it reversible or not. Don't worry about that. Just know that allopurinol is a non-competitive inhibitor. Why? The lines don't cross. Look how simple kinetics is. I bet you never thought, you hope they ask a kinetic question on the national boards. Bring it on, kinetic questions. It's a piece of cake. Ask me the kinetic questions, right? You probably thought you'd never say that. Kinetics is easy. Now, let me ask you this. In pharmacology, what's the name of the drug used to treat acute gout? Acute gout. What's the name of the drug? Always on the boards. What's the name of the drug used to treat acute gout? That's right, it's an NSAIDs, but colchicine is the one usually on the boards. Now, in the United States, colchicine is not used that much, but nevertheless, on boards, they always ask about it. They could ask about NSAIDs or indomethacin or whatever, but the important feature of colchicine is it decreases inflammation, but it has no effect on xanthine oxidase. You're not going to see a Lineweaver-Burke plot with colchicine. What colchicine does biochemically, it prevents the macrophages by inhibiting microtubule assembly. It prevents the macrophages from engulfing the uric acid crystals. Therefore, it won't set off the immune system. Now, what's the other class of drugs that can be used to treat chronic gout besides allopurinol? That's right, it's probenecid as well as sulfentrazole. Same, two different drugs. But what they do there, it's physiology. That you absorb some uric acid, and by giving probenecid, you're inhibiting its reabsorption, and therefore you'll pee out into the urine more easily. Notice the pharmacology integrated with the pathology, integrated with the physiology and the biochemistry here. You got to know these different drugs for the treatment of gout. Incredibly high yield stuff. You know you're going to see it in pharmacology with Dr. Harris. Be ready. All right, now, if 10% of the purines can be salvaged, excreted, what about the other 90%? Well, the other 90% of the purines can be salvaged, and there they see a mega enzyme you got to know. And notice the letters. We talked about this earlier, enzyme, remember it's on the X chromosome. The gene is on the X chromosome. Anyway, the T stands for transferase, and H stands for hypoxanthine, G stands for guanine, onto phospholipase. So it's transferring hypoxanthine or guanine onto phosphate and ribose. And by doing so, you regenerate the nucleotides. And so the nucleotides are IMP and GMP. You put the amino group back, you form AMP, and the important feature of salvaging the purines, you inhibit the top enzyme of purine synthesis. Now, I purposely skipped the pathway of purine synthesis. That was the previous page. I skipped that figure on purine synthesis. And there's only one enzyme you need to know. I show it here, the aminotransferase. And so by salvaging the nucleotide, purine nucleotides, the enzyme is not working. Now, because this enzyme is not working in your body right now, because most of your cells are in G0 phase, and you're salvaging the purine nucleotides, you can imagine that this enzyme is working overtime in cancer cells. In normal cells, it's not working, but in cancer cells, it's working overtime, making purine nucleotides for cancer cells to grow. And because it's working overtime in cancer cells, you would imagine this enzyme is a target of chemotherapy. And sure enough, what inhibits the enzyme is 6-mercaptopurine, the drug in pharmacology, anti-neoplastic drug. 6-mercaptopurine inhibits the aminotransferase in cancer cells. They cannot make purine nucleotides, therefore, eventually they'll be eradicated. Notice again, pharmacology and biochemistry. Now, speaking of pathology, one last thing here. This enzyme, HGPRT, can be genetically defective. Tragically, gives rise to a disease called Lesch-9 syndrome. Now, in Lesch-9 syndrome, notice what's going to be the problem. When HGPRT is defective, notice what's going to happen. You're not going to salvage purines. And then all these purines coming down the pipe, then if 90% are not salvaged, then that means 100% of the purines now go through the excretion pathway. And then all that uric acid in these kids, these infants and so on, start to accumulate in the body. All that gout in the body. And you can imagine the pain and the inflammation. And if you think that's bad enough, that alone is bad. But if you think that's bad enough, what about the aminotransferase in the cells of these children? It's no longer being inhibited. The purine nucleotides are no longer being salvaged. The aminotransferase is now no longer being inhibited. It starts to work, making more purines. And that's the last thing you want the body to do, is make more purines. The body doesn't need them. More excretion, more uric acid, more gout, excruciating pain. That they bite their fingers away, they bite their lips away, they self-mutilate, they bite their toes and so on. Tragic, tragic disease. And unfortunately, there is nothing you can do. You can treat them with colchicine or whatever, but there is nothing you can do. A tragic, tragic disease. Vicious cycle. That's correct, Daniel. Okay, now what we're going to do here is we're done with all these pathways. Now what I want to do is conclude is by showing you 5 vignettes here based on stuff we talked about over the last couple of days. Now I'm going to give you 1 minute. Carrie's going to give you 1 minute. And then we'll go through the answer. And I'm hoping you get at least 3 of the 5, 60%. And then you're doing pretty good. Okay? Okay, so we'll do the first question. So everybody ready? So try to get 3 of the 5 or more. Okay, here is the first question. Kind of a difficult question. 1 minute. Ten seconds. The pod. Can you see it? There we go. Can you see it? Can't see anything? Move it over here. Okay, now can you see it? No answers. Can you see it? Okay, good. All right, so there it is. So looks like close the poll and broadcast the results. Looks like about 90% of the students put option B, and the answer to this question is indeed option B here. Now, what we're talking about here is we're talking about hemolytic anemia. This child, this girl has hemolytic anemia, and so the idea is, notice in the vignette that they're saying is she has type 1 diabetes, but it's really not anything about diabetes. The question really is not about diabetes, even though it's like a distractor. She has type 1. They're saying is urinalysis has ketones and urine, but here is the key. They're saying that the hemoglobin A1C is 4.8%. Remember, if she's diabetic, it's going to be over 7%. So why is the hemoglobin A1C lower than it should be in a diabetic situation? And the reason is because of option B. Now, before we explain why option B is correct, we can eliminate 2 of the 5 answers. One of the answers we can eliminate right at the beginning is hemophilia, because hemophilia has nothing to do with hemoglobin, right? So we can eliminate hemophilia as being any problem. Any other one we can eliminate? We can eliminate option E, because vitamin K affects the blood clotting cascades, has nothing to do with hemoglobin. So what of the 5 options, what can deal with hemoglobin? And the answer is option B, A, B, or D. Now, why is B correct? In hemolytic anemia, the red cells are dying prematurely. And for dying prematurely, that means there's going to be a disproportionate number of younger red blood cells, because new red blood cells are being made and they're dying off earlier than 120 days. The normal lifespan of the erythrocyte, 120 days, but in hemolytic anemia, they're dying earlier than 120 days, and therefore a falsely low level. Now, folate deficiency would just be the reverse, as well as severe iron deficiency. In both iron deficiency or folate deficiency, then the old red blood cells are not being turned over within 120 days. They're sticking around longer than 120 days. The longer they stay in the blood, the more they bathe with glucose, and therefore they would be falsely elevated levels in option A and D, because folate and iron deficiency, they would stick around longer than 120 days. All right, that's question number 1. Now, question number 2. Sorry, Carrie. Sorry. We were both working on it. I forgot, I don't see the timer, Carrie, but sorry about that. Thank you. Ten seconds. All right, and broadcast the results. Looks like in the poll here, and looks like 85% of students put option E, and the answer to this question is option D here. Option D, uridine. So what's the problem in this individual? Again, we just talked about it, so that's why you didn't get a chance to review it. That's why it might be difficult. But the idea is this child has orotic aciduria. There's a crystalline material in the urine. There it is, crystalline material, which is orotic acid. And they have megaloblastic anemia. It's telling you it's a pyrimidine synthesis pathway, because if you can't make pyrimidines, then you cannot make DNA, and nucleated red cells will be large. Megaloblastic anemia, telling you it's not a urea cycle defect, because in urea cycle defect you would not have megaloblastic anemia. Pyrimidine synthesis defect, you do have megaloblastic anemia. Now they say B12, folate, or normal supplementation, dietary supplementation with other vitamins have no improvement. So that's why vitamin E, option E, vitamin B6, ain't going to work. It says vitamins aren't working. And so the idea is, what's the answer? And the answer is uridine. You give them uridine, you're bypassing UMP synthase. Remember, UMP synthase synthesizes uridine. If you can't make uridine, you just take it orally. And uridine now will bypass the block, making the pyrimidine nucleotides. That's why the answer is D. Now, option A, adenosine. That may cause a gouty episode. If you take adenosine here, it has no effect because this is a pyrimidine issue, not a purine issue. Inosine also is, remember, it's a purine nucleoside equal to hypoxanthine and ribose. This is a pyrimidine, not a purine problem. Now, sodium benzoate. By the way, when do you, in pharmacology, when do you give benzoate? For what reason? For the treatment of what? When do you give benzoate? For what reason? Anybody? When do you give benzoate? Ah, well done, everybody. That's right. Again, and you give it for hyperammonemia. And that would be a urea cycle problem. If there was a urea cycle problem causing orotic aciduria, then you would give them, because of the ammonia elevated in the blood, you give them benzoate. But this is not a urea cycle problem. It's a pyrimidine synthesis problem. Now the last one here, B6, it's useful for the treatment of microcytic anemia, but there's no evidence. This is microcytic anemia. It's megaloblastic anemia, not microcytic. All right, that's question number 2. Here comes question number 3. Now this one's kind of a stiff one. It's question number 3. Ten seconds. All right, and let's end the poll and broadcast the results so everybody can see it. Numbers are all over the place. Looks like option C and D were the most chosen, and the answer to this question is option B. The glycosaminoglycans, also called the mucopolysaccharides that we talked about. So GAGs, also called glycosaminoglycans, are the mucopolysaccharides. What disease does this child have? Let me see your answer here. What disease does she have? I briefly talked about it yesterday. I knew I'd be doing this question tonight, but I briefly talked. What's her problem? That's right. She has Hurler's. This is Hurler syndrome. Why? Because of the corneal clouding. Corneal clouding that goes on. Now, in addition, all the characteristics of Hurler syndrome. But here is one of the main clues. Amounts of Sudan black, normal amounts of Sudan black stainable material in the tissues. What's the clue there? The clue there, it's not a sphingolipidosis. because they would have elevated Sudan black. Remember, Sudan black stains for lipid. Sphingolipids are lipids. And so they're telling you that the Sudan black is normal. So it's not a sphingolipidosis. But now what's causing the inclusion bodies? And the answer is, and by the way, they say show the presence of PAS, and that's carbohydrate. So now the question is, why is it, so it could be glycogen and it could be the glycosaminoglycans. But the key there is, so again, the glycosaminoglycans are the sugar chains of the mucopolysaccharides of the proteoglycans. But why is it not glycogen? Because it would be PAS positive, yes. But there would be, there's no mental retardation in a glycogen storage disease. No mental retardation in von Gerke's, Hers, McArdle's disease. No mental retardation. Clearly, this child has mental problems here. So this is why it eliminates option A. It could be, but the mental retardation issue eliminates option A. Now option C, GM2 ganglioside. What disease is that? What disease is option C? What disease? That's right, that's Tay-Sachs disease. And they would have a cherry red spot. There is no cherry red spot in ophthalmological examination here in Tay-Sachs disease. Option D, sphingomyelin. Sphingomyelin, what's the name of that disease? That's Niemann-Pick. Now remember, in Niemann-Pick, not PAS positive because sphingomyelin is not, there's no carbohydrate in sphingomyelin. And they have the cherry red spot, which this child does not have. Now the last one, a mixture of undigested molecules. What disease is this? What disease is option E? What disease is option E? That's right, that's eye cell disease. And in eye cell disease, there would be both lipid and sugar chains staining. So lipids would stain, carbohydrates would stain, everything would stain because it's a mixed bag of junk in eye cell disease. But they're saying that the Sudan black is normal and PAS is positive. So it's a carbohydrate issue, not a lipid issue. And so therefore it could be option A or B, but the mental retardation eliminates option A. Now the fourth of 5 questions coming up. Now the fourth question takes thought. It takes a lot of thought to get this one. But I love this question. Here it comes. Ten seconds. All right, and end the poll and broadcast the results. Okay, wow, they're all over the place again here, numbers-wise. Every answer is chosen here, and the answer to this question is option. Now, before I give you the answer here, just again, because it takes a lot of thought, and a lot of medical students don't want to think. They just want to regurgitate and memorize and things. It's just the same thing as Emperor Claudius. Now, Emperor Claudius, now he's looking at this question, and Emperor Claudius is thinking, do I like this question or not? And he's thinking, oh man, this question requires too much thought. So what does he think about this question? He says, I don't like it. I don't like it. Give me the next question because it takes too much thought. But you can figure out this question. So Joachim Phoenix there, he doesn't like this kind of question because it takes thought. But to answer this question is option D, protein catabolism in the muscle. So what we're looking at here is ketotic hypoglycemia. It says in the vignette, you highlight this, the child has hypoglycemia and they have ketones in the urine and ketones in the blood. So the child is making ketone bodies. No problem here. So the idea is, the concept here is, remember in starvation conditions, you're breaking down muscle protein to get the glucogenic amino acids to make glucose. And they say that the blood alanine levels is abnormally low, meaning there's something wrong with protein breakdown. But then when they infuse alanine, it works. So if you IV alanine, it works. The rapid rise in blood glucose. So it's telling you there's something wrong with protein breakdown. So now the other options. We can eliminate option A, fatty acid oxidation, because ketone bodies are being made. It rules out option A. If option A was the problem, they would have hypoketosis. But clearly they're making ketone bodies. So eliminating option A. Option B and C, alanine rules out the issue of gluconeogenesis. If there was a problem in gluconeogenesis, you infuse alanine, it wouldn't work. But it does work in this patient. Glycogenolysis, that is gone by 10 a.m. in the morning. After sleeping overnight, by 10 a.m. in the morning, glycogen is long gone. So we can eliminate option C. Option E, triglyceride breakdown in adipocytes. Again, ketone bodies are being made. That's telling you there's nothing wrong with triglycerides, nothing wrong with fatty acids. That's all going on to make the ketone bodies. That's why the answer is D. Why the hypoglycemia? Because they can't get the glucogenic amino acids. That's why I'm in, because they can't get glucogenic amino acids to make glucose. All right, now the last question here. One last one. Now I'm telling you right now, let's go out in a big bang. Let's go out with, I want to see everybody get the right answer. Now trust me on this last question. When you see the last question, you're going to panic. You're going to be like Biochemistry Phoenix. Trust me, you're going to be like Biochemistry Phoenix when you see the last question. Here it comes. He's like Biochemistry Phoenix. He's all terrified. But think, and you'll get the answer. Okay? Now think. Don't be like Phoenix here. I like that. Ten seconds. All right, and let's see, end the poll and broadcast the results. Oh, end it. Okay, sorry about it. Okay, and looks like option E was the most chosen one, which fortunately is the right answer, option E. Now what we're looking at here is we're looking at hypercholesterolemia, yesterday's lecture. But notice here, they're not asking about the pathology issues, they're asking about pharmacology. They're telling you the person is taking a statin drug and inhibits the enzyme HMG-CoA reductase. Now remember, all statin drugs are competitive inhibitors. Now the idea is in a competitive inhibitors, the idea is, remember, now they're giving giving you the Km, they're saying 5 times 10 to the minus third, and they're telling you the Vmax is 9 times 10 to the second. What do you remember about a Km, about the Vmax value? What do you remember about a Vmax and a competitive inhibitor? What do you remember? It stays the same, right? So now let me look in this column right here of Vmaxes and ask. Let me spend an hour of my life figuring out which one is 9 times 10 to the second, because the Vmax doesn't change. And the answer is option E. And so now when I unveil the Km value in option E, it says the Km is 5 times 10 to the minus third. What do you know about a Km value and a competitive inhibitor? It changes. So now when I unveil this option E Km value, it better not be 5 times 10 to the minus third. What that value is, I don't care. But it better not be 5 times 10 to the minus third. And here comes unveiling of the Km. And it's not 5 times 10 to the minus third. That's why option E is correct. Look how simple this was. It looked formidable. So on board exams, they can ask you a kinetic question by a table like you see here, or they can ask you about a Lineweaver-Burke plot. This is the enzyme, and this is in the presence of the inhibitor. It's a competitive inhibitor. So again, don't fear kinetics. So on board exams, you can be like this guy right here, that in the old days you can panic. If they ask you a kinetic question, you can now start to smirk like this guy right here, thinking, oh, the boards are trying to fake me out with a kinetic question. I got it. I got the answer. No more of this guy. You know, you bring it on. Bring on kinetics. A piece of cake. Right, there it is. All right, now let me say here, let me conclude that if you like the way we did these questions and so on, there's going to be in July, there's going to be as well as in October. If you go to the Kaplan website, you will see 2 dates here. These are 7 evenings in July or 7 evenings in October. And what we call these, it's a new program that we have called question-based integration. It's 7 nights, 4 nights each, and what they are questions, vignettes, just like I gave you right now. Vignette after vignette, where we go and work them together. And they're highly integrated questions. And there's 2 nights with Dr. Harris in pharmacology, 1 night with Dr. Moscatello in microimmunology, 2 nights with Dr. Noto, he's a physiology, pathology person, and 2 nights with me. That I do 2 nights of these question-based integrations. And it's about $600, I believe, but if you take the Kaplan course, which you just did, you get $200 off. In my opinion, it's well worth it. This is in July, very well worth it. It just bang. This is after you think you studied, after you know your material. And so you do all these Q-Bank stuff, but now you're getting help in looking at questions and applying the questions. In my opinion, it is well worth the money here. So you go to the Kaplan site, QBI, and Mary Peeler will talk about it more. Okay, everybody, now here is my email address. I'm going to post a couple more questions on the Facebook. I think they're posted already, actually. And this is my email address. Feel free to email me at any time now until you take the National Board exam. Let me know how you do and all these type of things. And please interact with and let me know how you did and all this kind of stuff and so on. And so everybody, thank you so much in these 11 days. It's been a long time. Thank you so much. You've been so fantastic. I really and truly enjoyed it, and I wish you the best on the board exams. Okay, everybody, good luck on the exams. God bless you all, and let me hear from you in the future. Okay, everybody, God bless you all. Take care. And thank you, Carrie, and thank you, Dr. Aaron and Dr. Seda, for all your help. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. God bless you all.